Hello and what's up everybody, welcome back to Screen Technicals. Today in this video we will be creating this awesome Disney Plus Hotstar clone in Django using HTML, CSS and JavaScript with Python. Right, with Python, yes, you are right, with Python, because we are using Django, right? So you can see this is the homepage of our website which we will be creating, and I have posted this on this, you can see on this link. You will find this link in the description box, that is https://disneyplushotstarclone.herokuapp.com, and I will be showing you how can you just host your app for free on Heroku. Right now you can see we have this awesome, you can see the carousel. When you just click on this carousel, it just slides like this, and when I just remove you can say remove my cursor from the carousel, it just slides automatically. Right, at this point you can see we have our there is the brand logo. When I click on this logo, it will just refresh the page, and right at this point you can see we have you can see we have our, there is web icon, right, and we have some drop downs at these points. You can see this drop downs, and when I click on any of these drop downs, it will just redirect you to the actual page of the Hotstar. Right now you can see we have this search bar. When I click on the search bar, you can see its width increases, and when I click outside, its width decreases. And when I click on this, let's say when I go for searching, like let's say cap, and hit enter, you can see we have the results for Captain America Civil War, and here you can see we can show the results like this, right? And when I click on this Disney Plus Hotstar, again it will just redirect to the home page. Now here you can see we have this login button. When I click on this login button, it will redirect you to the Google Authentication form. Okay, we will be using Google Authentication, and I will be showing you how can you use the Google Authentication in your website, right? So at this point you have just write your email address. That is, for mine it is screentechnicals@gmail.com, right? Hit enter. Now just give the password at this point. Hit enter. Now it will redirect you to the home page of our website, which is the Disney Plus clone, right? And here you can see I have my name, which is related to the my email address, right? Now if I click on this logout option, it will just log out from this website, and when I again click on this, it will just log into this website, right? You can see this part, right? And when I click on this, you can see it will just refresh the page, and you can see there will be no change in our login, right? Now you can see we have some beautiful cards at this point, and you can see the background videos at the background, right? Just refresh the page again. It is because of the browser. Okay, you can see these things right now. Everything is working. And when you just go below, you can see we have these awesome cards. You can just drag like this, okay, and when you click on this card, it will just go back, and when you click on this, it will just go forward, right? You can just copy this 2 times, right? And at the below you can see we have our footer, which is pretty much clean and simple, right? And by the way, let me tell you, it is fully responsive. Just right click at this point, click on this inspect, okay, wait for 2 seconds. Yeah, you can see it is fully responsive. Okay, when you just scroll down, you can see, and you can see we have this side navigation at this point. You can see this. You can just click on this logout. You can click on this toggle button, but this toggle button does nothing. But when you click on this logout, it will just log out of the website, right? And here you can see, let me show you. You can see, and you can just again log in at this point. Click on this. It will redirect you to the sign in Google form. Click on this email address, and you will be logged in successfully. Again, click it again. Now you can see at this point, right? And when you click on this news or any of this link, it will just take you to that point. You can see it just taking to the actual page of that, right? So just go back, and here you can see we have the search. I can click on this search icon. It will just show you this type of, you can say, page, right? And it will be showing this without refreshing. Just click on this, you can see the page doesn't get refreshed, and that's pretty much easy to do. And if I write here, let's say Falcon, and hit enter, it will be showing me the results for Falcon. You can see at this point, and when I click on this, it will be taking to me to the actual Hotstar page, right? And click on this, right? Now if I was searching for, let's say, A and hit enter, you can see these are the results which contains A, right? And click on this, it will just take you to the page, right? Okay, so today we will be building this, and really this is an awesome project, an amazing project. Just hit that like button, share this video with your friends, subscribe to the channel, and without wasting more time, let's dive into it. So now we are going to just create a folder. Right click over here, click on this new, and just create a folder, and I'm just going to name the folder as Disney plus clone. Okay, so right here Disney plus clone, and hit enter. Okay, just open this folder. By the way, let me tell you, you should use Python 3 because that is you can say the latest version, and that is the most stable. So just write here Python 3 and hit enter, and just click on this link. Okay, and here you can see this Python 3.9.5. You can use Python 3.9 or you can use Python 3.8. Both are stable versions. You can use any of one, right? So let's open the folder, right? Refresh the folder first. Okay, press shift and right click on this, open with PowerShell window. It will just open your administrator PowerShell window at this point. I am hoping that you will be knowing Python. If you don't know Python, you can just go to my channel and you can search for my video on Python. I just created a video on Python in learning 2 hours, right? That is the Python basics. And if you want a crash course or any, you can say detailed video on Django, then just comment me, right? Now I'm just going to create the virtual environment. So for that, you write here virtual env, and the name of your virtual environment, such as let's say env. You can just give any name, right? So for this case, I just pretty simple name, that is env. Hit enter. It will just create a virtual environment. Okay, at this directory you can see, at this point you can see this. So it's just taking some time. Okay, it has been completed. Now it's just in the terminal, right? So now we have to just activate our virtual environment. So for that, right here / press env, right here S, press tab, then right here A, then press tab and hit enter. It will activate your virtual environment. Now press here CLS, then right here pip install Django, right, and hit enter. It will install the Django package to your virtual environment. So just give it some time. Now you can see that our Django package has been installed to our virtual environment successfully, right? Now just clean the terminal first. Now right here Django -admin, and then right here start project, then the name of your project. In my case, that is Disney plus clone, right? Okay, clone, and hit enter. Now you can see at this point we got another folder, that is Disney plus clone. Click on this folder and you can see these two folders. Click on this folder and you are going to see these folders, right? Just go back to the initial point, right, at this point, right? Now just open the, you can see the terminal, that is the PowerShell window. Okay, and now we're just going to cd into that, but before that I'm just going to open my Visual Studio Code, because I will be using Visual Studio Code for this course, right, for this project. So if you don't know what is Visual Studio Code, then just go to Chrome and search for VS Code and just hit enter. It is an IDE. Okay, it is a cross-platform IDE offered by Microsoft. It is totally secure and lightweight, and you can just code a lot of things on this, right? So you can just download this. Click on this download option. Now you can see at this point, if you are using Windows, you can download for Windows. If you are using Linux, you can download for Linux. If you are using Mac, then you can use for Mac, right? Okay, and after installing this Visual Studio Code, what you have to just install some extensions. I will be telling you on this video right now. So just go to the terminal and write here code space dot and hit enter. Okay, it will just open your the VS Code to your okay, at this location. You can say at this folder. You can just click on right click and just open with VS Code. You just click on this open with VS Code, but it is pretty much simple. Okay, you can see at this point the Visual Studio has been opened successfully. Click on this cross icon, right? And here you can see those folders. At this point you can see all the folders and files, right? And you can see at this point, you can see this terminal. You can just press Ctrl J and it will just open a new terminal at this point. Okay, you can see at this point it just opens a new terminal at this point, right? So just close this because I will be using this. Okay, now what you have to do is, let me tell you about the extensions. Click on, you can see at this point, this is the extensions icons. You can see the tooltip, that is extensions, right? Click on this extensions bar. Okay, click on this icon. Now once you click on this icon, you can just find the search bar. So we have to just write here Python. Okay, now you can just install this extension so that you can use Python, okay, in Visual Studio Code. And after that, once you have installed this, right here Django, okay, Django, and you can see this extension, that is this Django extension. So install this. When you will be typing, it will just suggest you some, you can see suggestions, right? And it will just give you a autocomplete option, right? So this is pretty much awesome. Click on this cross icon and just click on this, right? Now open the terminal, that is this PowerShell window. Now just use the cs command, and right here first I'm just going to create another, you can say, that is an app. So for that I'm just going to write here, okay, Python, but before that we have to cd into this folder where we have you can say this manage.py file, right? So for that you just for right now we are in this directory, right, in the main directory. So we have just go inside this directory, right? So just write here cd, press tab, hit enter, cls. Now right here Python manage.py, okay, manage, okay, what is it, okay, manage.py. Then right here start app, and the name of your app, for this case I'm just writing here home and hit enter, right? It will just create another app. Right here you can see we have another app. So right click over this, you can say this home, and create a new file at this point, that is urls.py, and hit enter, right? Okay, just close that right now. Okay, close this one also. After that, right here Python manage.py run server. Now let's see our server is running or not. Now you can see this our server has been successfully launched. So at this, you can say at this URL, just go to the Chrome browser and write here 127/this8004, right? You can say 127.0.0.1 colon 8004, right? Okay, now you can see this the Django project has been launched successfully. You can see this page on your web page, right? So click on this Django documentation. If you want to read this documentation, you can just go for reading this documentation, right? So now let's go back to the VS Code and just open this folder, the main project folder, and here you can find this settings.py. Click on this and just open this file, right? And just go to the installed apps, right? And here we have to just add another app, that is our that is the home app, right? So here I'm just going to write here home.apps, right? home.apps.home config, okay, config, right? Okay, fig, just give a comma at this point, right? Okay, and just go below to the templates folder, and here I'm just going to add the path of my templates directory, right? So right here base dir, give a slash, give a colon, not a colon, just to give the quotes at this point, right? And right here templates, right? Then just go to the bottom, right, at this point. Here you're going to find the static URL. Below this, right here, a comment, let's say adding some more static. That's pretty much simple, right? And then right after that, there is in capital letters, right, that is static files, right? Okay, files, static files, give underscore right here, dirs equals to, just use the square brackets, hit enter, right, like this. And right here, os.path, okay, in small letters, right, os.path.join, and here write base dir, give a comma, right here static, like this, right? And here you can see we are just getting some error. Okay, so to remove the error, just go to the top, and right here import OS. Just we have to import the OS model. Pretty much simple, right? After that, here you can find we have just done this. Now I'm just going to create a static root, right? So right here, static root, okay, static underscore root, then just equals to right here os.path.join, and inside this right here base dir, give a comma, right here assets, or you can just give any name, right? So for this I'm just giving a simple name, that is assets, right? Give this, right, pretty much simple. Save this much of thing. Okay, now what you do is just go to the you can see the main directory of the project, that is this one, right? Now you can see the parent directory, right, where the manage.py is located. Now just right click at this point, click on this new folder, and just create a new folder named as templates, and hit enter, right? Inside this, right click here, and then just click on this new file, right here, base.html. okay, after that just create another folder inside the templates folder, that is home, hit enter, and inside the home just create another new file, that is home.html, and hit enter, right? Now just open this home app, go to the views.py file at this point, right, and just create our views first, right here, dev home, and it accepts a request, right? And right here inside this return render, and right here request, give a comma, and right here that is pretty much simple. Right here the location of your this home.html file, so I'm just going to give a double quotes, and here inside this I'm just going to write home/home.html, right? It's pretty much simple. Save this much of thing. Now go to the urls.py inside our home app, right? So here I'm just going to add the URL patterns, but before that just go to the project folder, this one, and click on this urls.py, and right here just import include, right? And then below this right here path, give a empty double quote, right, like this, and here right here include home.urls, like this. Okay, now save this thing and just copy this much of thing, go to the home dot not home dot, right, go to the urls.py of the home app, right, and just paste that right at this point, and just remove this include from this point, and just remove this admin path, right, and inside just remove this one, and right here there is home dot views, not home.views, it is views dot home, give a comma right here, name equals to home, and just import the views, right? So right here from dot import views, right? Save this thing, and after that what you have to do is just go to your home page right at this point and just refresh the page, and here we just got that, right? Now you can see it is a blank page. Now let's write something. Go to the home.html file right here, simply h1, and right here hello world, just trial, right? Save this one, go to the browser, refresh the browser, and you can see this hello world at this point. This means we have successfully rendered the templates, okay, to the Django app. This is pretty much simple, right? Now remove this thing right here, extends, and hit enter, and right inside this right here base.html. So you can see it is auto completed, and I have to just write this base.html only inside this. So this is because of the Django extension that we have installed in our VS Code, right? Save this bit of thing. Now just go to the base.html file, and here just give this exclamation mark and hit enter. It will just auto complete, right? Now save this bit of thing. Inside this I'm just going to just let's test again. I'm just going to write here in h1, I'm just going to write here, let's say Hotstar, okay, Hotstar Clone. Okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser again, refresh the browser, and it's just giving, okay, it is BSE, right? So just some spelling mistake at this point. Go to the home.html, okay, we just got a spelling mistake. Okay, just make it as base.html. Save this one thing, go to the browser and refresh it again, and you can see this Hotstar Clone, right? Now we're just going to create the front-end part and this base.html, and I'm just going to a pretty much simple thing, that is, first we are going to just create the navigation part, right? So let's start doing the navigation part. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this title part. So I'm just going to write here, just adding a block right at this point, right here block, and right here title, right, press tab, and just leave it empty, right? And after this right here let's say that is Disney plus clone, right? Okay, clone, pretty much simple, right? Save this much of thing, and just go to the home.html file, and after this just right here that is block, hit enter, right here title, the same one that we have written at the base.html file, hit tab, and just you will be just going to inside this, okay, and just right here home, and save this one, right? Now just go to the browser and just refresh the page. Okay, and here you can see this home-disney plus clone, right? That's what we are just going to do, right? Now go to the base.html file. Now just remove this one, and I'm just going to create the navigation part. So I'm just adding a comment, but before that click on this you can see this button and change it to only HTML, right? Now give a comment at this point, that is the HTML comment, right? Right here nav starts, okay, make it a script, just and just at this end I'm just going to write here ENDS, nav starts, and here the nav ends. It was simple. Save this one. Now inside this comment I'm just going to do the coding work, right? So right here header, and inside the header just create a div that is dot left dash header, right, hit enter. Okay, and inside this just go and create another div that is dot bars, right, hit enter, and okay, and inside this I'm just going to add a fav icon, not a fav icon, so simply icon, that is the bars icon. So right here fa dash bars, and hit enter, and make this FAS, right? Save this thing. Now I'll just link the font awesome to this. So go to the browser, just create a new tab, and I just save this one, that is font awesome. You can just go to this website, that is fontawesome.com, create your account, log into this website, then just let the website be open. Okay, it is open. Right here, bars, search for bars, hit enter. Okay, it takes time sometimes, right? And here you are going to just find a lot of designs of bars. So this is the free that you can just use, and these are the pro versions. For that you have just give your money, right? So I just added that icon to this part, but before that we have to just link the CDN to that, right? So search for font awesome. Okay, font awesome CDN and hit enter. You're just going to find this setup web font with CDN. Click on this link. I will provide this link at the description box, right? And go below, click on this CDN picker. Okay, just copy this. Okay, this one, right? Go to the VS Code, and before the title tag and after the meta tag, just paste that right at this point, right? And just you can just remove this also, right? Okay, save this thing. Now just go to the browser, come at this point and just refresh the page, and you can see this. You can see this bar at this point, right? So after doing that, after that I'm just going to create the drop down, right? So I'm just going to create another div, that is drop down, right? Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to add 3 LIA tags, right? LIA, hit enter. Okay, and just inside this I'm just going to add that link which I want to redirect, right? So I'm just copying that from my initial code. You can just copy that from my source code, which I will be providing you in the description box. Just go click on that link, go to my GitHub account, and just copy this. You can say this much of thing, and it is pretty much simple, right? Right here, channels. And we have to just do the same 2 more times. So we will be only changing these channels and this one, right? So I'm just copying that from my old code. Okay, then just at this point, okay, after this, paste that. You can just in this extra space, right? Now you can see this. I just change this languages and this much of thing. This is pretty much easy and simple, right? Now save this much of thing, and after that, outside you can see the bars of the, you can say outside the div of this bars, right? After this div, create another div that is with a class of brand, right? Dot brand, and hit enter. And inside this I'm just going to create an anchor tag, give right here slash. Okay, I just want to redirect to the same location, right? And inside this I'm just going to add an image, that is img, and the source will be static. So just click on this HTML part right here, DJ HTML, and hit enter, right? And right here static, and just you can just find the snippet and just hit enter, right? You're going to find this. So inside this, just write the location, that is inside our static directory. So we have not created any type of static directory, so let us create that, right? So I'm just going to close and collapse this much of thing, and here I'm just going to create, you can say, the directory where I have the manage.py. Okay, so right here static, okay, and hit enter. And inside the static, okay, it is outside the, you can say, this directory, okay, this directory. So just drag that and just click on this, okay, drag that over, and you can see now it is in the same folder where the template is, right? Now just create another folder, that is images, hit enter. Now I'm just going to add the images to this, so just give me some time, and you can just download the images from the description box from my source code. Just download my source code, and you can just get the what's that is the images from the, right, and all the videos are there, right? Okay, now click on this disney+clone, click on the static files, click on these images, and just paste the, you can say, images. Okay, these are 3 SVG images that I'm using right at this point, right? Now just go to the VS Code, and right here images slash it is logo dot svg, right? Save this kind of thing, right? Go to the browser, refresh the page. Okay, static. Okay, the error is because we have to load the static, right? So at the top of this you can search HTML. Okay, right at this point right here, load static, right? And save this much of thing. Go to the browser now and just refresh the page, and you can see this. And here you can see we got the, you can see when you click on this, the browser will refresh, and here you can see this, we have got the Hotstar clone, that is the Hotstar logo, right? Now after that, okay, we will be doing the CSS, don't worry, but before that let's complete the HTML part of the navigation, right? So after doing this much of thing, after this div right here at this point, I'm using the nav tag right here, nav, hit enter, and inside the nav tag I'm just going to create the UL tags, right? So okay, right here UL, and inside the UL I'm just going to add the li, then a, hit enter, and I'm just going to add the link. Okay, so the link will be this one, is copying from my source code, right, and just pasting there at this point. Okay, this is the link, and inside this I'm just going to write here, that is Hotstar Spatial, right? You can just use the dev tools and go to the actual Hotstar website, and you can find this this Hotstar Spatial, you can find this link at this point. Just use the dev tools, right? Or you can just copy it from my source code. Okay, this link, right? Now we have to do the same for 2 to 3 4 5 more, okay, 4 5 times, right? So when I'm just copying it from my code, right, and after that just paste that right at this point. Okay, okay, where's the base HTML file right at this point? Okay, cool, save this one. Now after that I'm just going to add a class to my li, okay, to this, to the first li, that will be this, right? Okay, and after that I'm just going to add you can say this class to this li, and this li also, paste that. Okay, just remove this extras I. You can use multiple cursors by clicking control and your mouse clicks. Okay, save this much. Alright, now what I'm going to do is after doing this much of thing, I'm just going to add the drop downs that we can see in our website. Just go to the website and right at this point, let's say create it. Okay, I'm just closing this thing because I don't need this, right here. Just click on this, I will just bookmark that, right? There is disneyplushotstarclone.heroku.com. just use the HTTPS before it, right? Okay, it takes some time to load, okay, because you have to serve a lot of files, right? So that's not a problem. Okay, just click on this, press the page again. Okay, everything is working. Now you can see when I just hover over it, you can see this drop down. So we are just creating this drop downs right at this point. So just let's create this drop downs, right? So okay, just remove this Hotstar Spatial right here, TV, right? Okay, save this now, and just remove, you can say just copy this or something. Oh, I just done a simple mess, right? Just remove all these things, right? Then just takes 1 minute, just give me this right here, and I paste that and say this. Okay, we have to do this. Okay, we have to just first include this anchor text at this point, that is this https hotstar.com, that's this TV one, okay, which you can see you can see at this point, this TV, this movies, this sports, news, right, this one, right? So let's first do that and just copy it several times. Okay, now just changing this TV to, let's say, star plus, right, and this also to star plus, but just making it as small, give it a dash at this point, just make it small, just like that, right? Okay, not star plus, sorry, this is actually movies, so just make it as movies, and this will be movies, right? Okay, and after that you just do the same. Okay, so after that we have sports, so make it as sports. Just remove this one and just write here sports, remove this, make it small, right? You can just copy it from my source code, right? And the last three one, this much of thing, right? Now save this one, just go to the browser and let's see. Just refresh the page and we got these things. Okay, we're not getting something. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we have li href. We just close that was thing. You can see this. There's no problem, right? Now after this, you can say after this doing this much of thing. Okay, just make it like this. Okay, now after this you can see the net tag. Just create another div that is dot kids, right? And inside the kids I'm just going to add an anchor tag right here, a, and inside this I'm just going to do nothing, just copying this and just writing and just adding this link that is https://www.thehotstar.com. That's simple Hotstar website, right? After that you can see inside the anchor tag, right, I'm just going to create another div that is with a class of kids logo, right? So it's a dot kids dash logo, hit enter, and then inside this I'm just going to add an image, right, img, and the source will be static, and right here images slash it is kids dash logo, and it is obviously an svg, so we'll write here dot svg. Still this much of thing, and just go to the browser and just refresh the page, and we got that, but it is at this point, right? Okay, that's not a problem, right? And right here just remove this logo, make it as kids.svg. It is actually kids.svg. You can see at this point, right? So save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh again, and you can see this, okay, right? Now just go back, just click that one, right? Okay, now after this you can see inside this we have this ULs. Now you can see in the clone which I just created at this point, when I hover over that you can see this drop downs. So just add this drop downs first, right? So go to this point. At first I'm just going to add some class to this. You can say to this 3 li tags. So the class is like this, that is drop down parent, right? Paste that just like this. Okay, now you can see after this anchor tags, and inside this li tag, right, at this points I'm just going to add another ul tag, the class of li-ul drop down, right? So just paste it like this. Okay, and just close the ul tag just like this, right? And inside this ul tag I'm just going to add the li a tags, right, which I have shown at you at the first, right? So I'm just copying it from my source code. Please at this point. Okay, these are, you can see the lia. You can just go and copy this. You can say the links, because these are not a rocket science thing. Okay, it is a pretty much simple thing. There is li, we have a, then we are just adding the, you can say the link, then the name. Okay, it actually saves your time. Okay, now you have to do the same right at this point. So just go and copy this much of thing, paste that, close the ul tag, right, and just copy this ul tag and just paste that right at this point also, just like this. And inside these ul tags we have to just add the, you can say this type of links. So just copy that from my source code. Okay, paste that at this point just like this, and again you can copy it from my source code and just paste it at this point. Okay, hit enter. Okay, paste that. Okay, just like this. Now save this and just go to the browser, refresh the page, and you can see we got all the drop downs and everything, right? After that, now you can see after this, you can see this kits, right? You can see the kits div, and after this the main div of the, you can say this is this header. You can say that this left header, just close this top header, right, like this. And after the left header, I'm just going to create the right header, right? So right here dot right dash header, hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to create another div. Okay, I'm just going to create a simple form, not a div, a simple form. Right here, form, right, and just give it a class, not class. Okay, give it a simple class of that is search form. Okay, we just create the search bar. So right here, search dash form, hit enter, and the action will be slash search, but for right now just make it as has, right? We'll be adding these links when we'll just create the search. Okay, search HTML, right? Now inside this, just add the Csrf token, okay, so that you are not going to means you are not going to get the errors, right? And actually we are going to use the get request, not the post request, so we don't need this, but just put at this point so that in future if you are just going for the post request, then it will not going to give any type of error, right? So to become safe, okay, so to be at the safe point, we have to use the Csrf token, right? So after that, just create another div with a class of dot search bar. So inside this right here, dot search bar, okay, hit enter, and inside this just going to just add the input tag, okay, and inside the input tag, okay, it will be a type of text, name equals to query, right, ID equals to query, right, then placeholder, okay, placeholder. Actually I'm just using the Django HTML, that's why it's not giving me the suggestions. Right here, HTML, hit enter. Now you're going to find the suggestions. Placeholder will be that is search, right, and after that right here a class of input search, input dash search, right. After that I'm just going to create a button, right? So just right here, button, okay, and the type will be submit, just like this, right? And after that I'm just going to add an icon to this, that is fa dash search, and just make this fa to fas, right? Save this one thing. Now just go to the browser and see what has happened. We got this, right? Okay, first let's complete the navigation part, all the HTML of the navigation part, and then we will go for the CSS part, right? Now after this form tag, I'm just going to create another div with a class of btn1, and inside this I'm just going to create an anchor tag, right, and just going to add a link, that is the subscribe link to this. So I'm just going to create the subscribe button, right, that is this one, right? Now let me show what I'm seeing. This button, you can see this, okay, we are just going to create this button at this point, right? Now after that, inside this right here, subscribe, okay, let me just copy that one, paste that at this point, right? This might happen. And after that just create another div, and right here give it a class of, that is user login, user dash login, right, and give it an anchor tag, and for right now just give it a has, and then right here login. Simple, right? And after that, okay, this much of thing, right? Just save this one, just go to the browser, okay, just refresh the page. Okay, now this will be the navigation bar for the you can say for the PC desktops, right? But for the mobile version, we are just going to create another navigation, that is the sidebar, right? So there is, just let me show you. Right, click on this point, click on this inspect, right, and just make it as responsive, right? Now you can see this bar. So you can see we are going to create this bar, but before that we will be creating you can see this bar, right? Okay, so this much of thing. Okay, just save this much of thing, and now I'm just going to use the first, I will be using the internal CSS, and after that I just copy all the styling part inside the style tag to a separate file of CSS, and I will just save that as a static file. So because if you are in Django, then you will be knowing that it gives some browser glitches, right? When you are using the static CSS, right? So first use the internal like this the internal CSS, and when your CSS part is completed, for now, this let's say just going to just going to add some CSS to the header part, and after that CSS is completed, I'm just going to copy that CSS and just save that in a separate file, and just link that file to this, you can say at this point, and just like this, you can say just the CSS file like this, right? So okay, now let's go for the styling part. Okay, let's start, right? So I'm just going to write here star. That is a universal indicator, right? Right here, margin to be 0, padding, okay, padding to be 0, box sizing to be border box, the font weight should be, let's say, 700, color, I just want the color to be white, okay. Then I just want to import the font family, so let's go to the Google Fonts, right? Okay, just click on this. Okay, just right to this point, right? Just close this one, right? Right. Now just search for Google Fonts, hit enter. Okay. Now click on this link. Search for this, okay, Roboto. Okay, use this. Just go back. Let me search for the right first, right? I think that was Roboto. Okay, this one, condensed, right? Click on this. Select all of this. Right? And after that, just click on this. Search for opens. Click on this. Select this one, okay, and then this one, and this one, and this one, right? And after that, just click on this. You can just copy this link, right? Then just close this one, right? Okay. Then just go to the VS Code, right? And after this link tag, just paste it at this point, right? So just, okay, press the tab, right? Now right here, Roboto condensed, comma, sans serif, this one, right? And then just save this one. Just go to the browser and let's see what's just going on, right? Just refresh the page, and okay, all the text has been converted to the white color, right? So just right here, body, give a comma right here, HTML, give it a width of, let's say, 100%, just to give it a background, okay, and that will be a linear gradient. Okay, just let me copy it from my previous code, right? Paste it at this point. Okay, there's this one. Just save this one, go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can see this right now. After that, right here, anchor text, select all the anchor text, right, make it as text decoration to none. Then just select the UL text, make list style to be none, right, and not only to the UL but also to the LI, right. Okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh it. Okay, awesome, right. Okay, now after that I'm just going to select all the buttons that it contains, right, make the outline, okay, outline to be none, make the border to be none, right, then right here background to be none, just like this. Save this one, go to the browser and you can see this button at this point, that is this one, right. Just refresh the page and you can see this, right. Now after that I'm just going to style the header right now, right. So right here header, right here width of let's say 100%, write the display to be flex, right, and right here justify content to be let's say space between, align items to be center, just give it a padding of let's say 10 pixels, 60 pixels, right. Then just give it a position, right, position of fixed, okay, right here top, okay, top 0, left will be 0, then right here z index, right, z index of 9999. Okay, save this much of thing and just don't forget to add a background color to this, right here background, and it will be a linear gradient, so that will be the same background, right. Just copy this one, right, save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser and refresh it and you can find this much of thing. Alright, okay, after that we have header left inside the header, right here dot left dash header, right, and I just want to make it as just let me zoom. Okay, I just want to make it as display flex. Then I just want to make the justify content to be center, align items to be center, I want the text alignment to be center. Okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find these things, right. Okay, after that we have that is the bars. Okay, so just this is this one, right, that is we have not dot headers, it is simply headers, right. Okay, we have the bars, right. At this point you can see we have these bars. Okay, now let's do the styling of that. So give it a only position of relative, right, and just copy this line like this, and inside the bars we have the FA dash bars. Okay, there is this icon you can see, right. So I just want to give it a margin, right. It is margin top of let's say 8 pixels, then margin right, let's say 20 pixels. Then I want the color to be RGB, this one 1777, then this will be 1777, 177, right, sorry, first 177, right. And after I want the cursor to be pointer, and just give it some padding of let's say 10 pixels, right. Save this much of thing, go to the browser and just refresh it. Okay, you can see this, right. Okay, after that we have this, you can say this brand. Okay, we'll just fix the drop down, but wait for that, right. We have this brand, right. So right here header, then right here dot left header, then dot brand, right, then img. Okay, and it is inside the anchor tag, right? So just give it a width of, let's say, 150 pixels, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh it, and let's see. Okay, we got that, right? Okay, after that let's try the navigation. That is the navigation links, right? So right here, header, then dot left header, right, then we have a nav tag, and inside the nav tag I have a UL, right? So make it as display to flex, okay, and give it some margin top of, let's say, 8 pixels. Save this special thing, go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see this thing. Okay, now after that we are just going to write, that is the li part, right? So I'm just going to copy this much of thing, right here li, and okay, and just give it something like this, that is just margin, okay, margin of 0,15 pixels. This means I want some margin from the top and bottom, that is 0, and left and right from, that is the 15 pixels, right? And give it some padding of 5 pixels, right? Okay, just copy this line, paste that. Okay, now you're going to just style the anchor text. So just give it a font family of, let's say, that is Poppins, right, and give it a font weight of, let's say, 500, and color of, is RGB, this one, right, 177. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, you can see, and you can see this things, right? Okay, after that, so I just want to just add a hover effect to this. So okay, so right here, header dot left header nav, then just give this arrow ULLIA, then hover. Okay, and the color will be, okay, color will be white, right? Okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things, right? Okay, awesome. After that, now I just want to style that is the kids logo, that is this one, right? So just do that. Right here, header dot left header, then right here dot kids, right? Let me see, is there any type of, okay, yeah, we have the kids right at this point, you can see this. So dot kids, a dot kids dash logo, then right here img, and make it as a width of 45 pixels. See this sort of thing, go to the browser, refresh the page. Okay, and there is not so much of change. Alright, so let me see this. You can see the kids, then I have anchor tag, then I have this kids logo, or then the image, right? So for the point, this is, okay, this is kids, right? Just give it S, save the, okay, and just save it, and just go to the browser, refresh the page, and again refresh it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is fine. I'll just make it as 50 pixels. Save this kind of thing, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, now it's looking nice, right? Okay, now just copy this much of thing, go to the top right at this point, paste that. Okay, this logo, and just give it a margin top, right, there is 8 pixels, right? Save this. Okay, after that we have the right header, right? So now before going to the there is a right header part, I just want to deal with these drop downs, right? So I'm just going to just give 2 lines of comment at this point. That is this one, right? Alright, okay. I just managing the drop downs, that is navbars drop downs, right? Okay, I'm just writing here header dot left header, right? And inside this I have dot bars, right? And inside that I have a div with a class of drop down, right? Okay, give it a background of, let's say, RGB, right? 33. Okay, just give the parenthesis, right? 33 comma 33 comma 70, right? Then after that I just want to give it a border radius, right here, border radius of, let's say, 5 pixels, right? And after that I want okay, the position of this, the position to be absolute. Then make it as top, that is 40 pixels. Then right here left will be 50%. Then I want the translate minus 50%, right? And then I want text align. Okay, text align. Okay, after this, right? Text align to be start, right? And then I want the the visibility will be hidden. Now for right now, just comment this much of thing. Then just after that, right here, height of 0. Okay, just comment this one also, right here, transition of all, right, all 0.3 seconds is, right? And give it a overflow of hidden, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and yeah, you can see this. Okay, you can see at this point this one, right? Okay, okay, just uncomment this one, right? Save it. Okay, uncomment this one, right? Okay, after that just copy this much of thing, paste that right here, this, right, dot drop down, and inside that we have li. Okay, I just want to make them as display, okay, display block. Then I want to make, there is the, give you some margin of 5 pixels comma 0, right? Okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see that is hidden, right? So that is actually hidden. So just uncomment this much of things, save this, go to the browser, and you can see this. Okay, copy this line, paste that right at this point, right here A, and just right at this point, that is give them some padding of, let's say, 10 pixels from top and bottom, 20 pixels from left and right, and then right here font weight to be normal, right? Then I want font family to be, let's say, Poppins. Then I want font size, the font size, okay, this is font size, right? Font size of, let's say, 14 pixels, right? Display will be block. Save this much of thing to the browser, refresh the page, and you can see these things, right? Now I just want to add the hover effect. Just copy this line, right, and right here hover, right? I just want the background color to be is black. Okay, that's equals 0. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things, right? Okay, Now just uncomment this too, save that much of thing, and now refresh the page, and you can see that is hidden, right? Okay, that is hidden. After that, what I want is a simple thing, that is I want to just give a hover effect to this, right? Copy this one, paste that right here, hover, then like this, right here, drop down, right? And just I want the visibility to be visible, height to be 150 pixels, okay, 150, and then I want a transition of all 0.3 seconds ease. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and hover over this. You can see these things. Okay, awesome, right? Okay, now we're just going to manage these drop downs, right? So I will write here it is dot drop downs. Okay, that is the drop down. Okay, just give a dash at this point. That is, I'm just targeting, you can say this, okay, this class, okay, and this class, right? So right here, drop down dash ul, right? And okay, before the ul we have the parent one, that is, okay, parent. Give them position of relative. Okay, so we can just change the, you can say these things in accordance to this. You can say this li, right? Okay, right here, dot drop down dash parent, then right here dot li dash ul dash drop down, right? Okay, right here give just a background, let's say RGB, right? RGB of 33, 70, right? And width of 170 pixels, border radius of 5 pixels. Then I want the position to be absolute. Okay, absolute, right? Top will be 80 pixels, then left will be 50%, and to make it center I'm just going to add transform translate minus 50%, right? And after that I'm just going to add text align to be okay, start, right? Then I just want the visibility to be hidden, and transition of all 0.3 second ease, right? And just give the overflow to be hidden, right? I just uncomment this one, save it, put the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things. Okay, you can see these things. Really awesome, right? Okay, keep the visibility to be hidden. So this program, right? Okay, now after this I want to just target you can say this LIA, which is inside this, you can say, right? So right here, just give it a padding. Okay, padding of, let's say, 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Then I want the font weight to be normal. I want the font family to be Poppins, right? Okay, after that I want the font size to be 14 pixels. Okay, font size to be 14 pixels, right? Then I want to display it as block, and I want the color to be that is white, right? Okay, now I just want to get hover over this, right? Just copy this one, paste that right at this point, and right here hover, give it a background. Okay, color that is black. Okay, this one, save this sort of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things. Now we cannot see that because it is in hidden, right? It's already hidden, so we'll fix that, right? So just copy this sort of thing, right? Is that, and after this parent, okay, after this parent, right here, hover, right, and just make this LIUL drop down the visibility to be visible, right? And right here top to be 40 pixels. Transition will be all 0.3 seconds ease, right? Save this picture thing, go to the browser and refresh it, and just hover over this, you can see these things. Okay, awesome, right? Okay, so finally we are dealt with the, you can say, the drop downs, right? Now we just go for the, you can say, the right header part, right? There is this much of thing, right? So right here there is this much of thing, that is header, right? Inside the header we have the right header. Give it let's say, make the display to be flex. Margin there is top. Okay, margin top like this, right? Margin top to be nothing, no margin top, right? So now what I want is, I want the justify content, right? So justify content to be center, then align items to be center. Okay, just okay, this kind of thing. Okay, get this. Okay, just like this. Okay, see this kind of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things. Now I want to style the, you can say, that is the search bar, right? So here I'm going to write here header dot right header, then I'm just going to write here dot search form, right? And inside that I have the dot search bar, right? Search dash bar. Okay, just you can see that at this point. Scroll down and you can see that or at this point search bar, search form, right? So you can see these things. So give the curly braces, and right here position to be relative, and I want some margin top of, let's say, 8 pixels, then margin right to be, let's say, 10 pixels, right? Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see that, right? Okay, copy this line, bring it to here, and inside the search bar we have input tag, right? So right here input, and I want the background to be okay, background to be transparent, right? Make it as transparent. Then I want the border to be none. I want outline to be none, right? I want a border bottom, right? Border bottom to be 1 pixels solid, that is RGB, this one, right? And then after that I want the font size to be 18 pixels. Okay, 18 pixels, right? And what I want the width to be 250 pixels. Okay, 250. And after that I want the font weight. I want the font weight to be normal. I want a transition of all 0.2 seconds ease, right? Save this much of thing, then just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see these things, right? But when I click on this, it does nothing. You can see when I click on this, you can see it gets extended, right? So we're just going to do that right now, right? So just copy this line, Okay, paste that at this point. Right here, focus, right, and just right here width to be 300 pixels. Okay, pixels, right, and then right here border bottom to be 1 pixels solid RGB, and the color will be 46, 136, 240. Right, save this, go to the browser, refresh it. Now click on this, you can see this. Click on this, you can see this. Right, click on this, click outside. Click on this, click outside. Okay, awesome. Now after that, right, after that just copy this much of thing, right, and now I'm just going to design the search icon. So inside the search bar I have the dot search this icon, right. I want the position to be absolute, absolute, right. I want from right I want it to be 10 pixels. I want the cursor to be pointer. I want the color to be it is RGB, this 177177, this right. See this much of thing. Go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, refresh it, and you can see there is nothing changes, right. So let's go below and let's see. You can see we have input search and we have a search icon right at this point. So right, so what I'm just going to give it as, I just want to give a class, okay, class of that is search dash icon, right. Okay, search icon to this one, right. Save this one, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this page, right, and just give it some padding, right. So give it some padding of, okay, padding of let's say 5 pixels. Save this one, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, don't give the padding to this, just remove this kind of thing. Save this. Okay, just copy this, make it take it below, right here I paste that in this. Okay, right here padding of 5 pixels. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, now I can see this. Yeah, you can see that. Or just you can remove this much of thing because that is not required. Just save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, so it is quite awesome. Now we're just going to design the, you can see these two buttons, right. So after, you can say the search bar, we have the button with us. So that is the subscribe button, right. So just target that, right, header dot right header dot btn1, and I have I just want to give a margin top of 8 pixels, right, and then I want header dot right header, then I want dot btn1 dot btn1 dot dot a, simply a, right here. Just give it a padding of that is 5 pixels, and give a space of 20, and right here is 20 pixels. So this means 5 pixels from bottom and top and 20 pixels from left and right, and just give it a margin of let's say 0, 10 pixels. This means I want some margin from left and right, and give it a background color, right. Okay, simply background, right. Background of RGB, okay, RGB 46, 36, 240, this one, right. And right here border radius of 5 pixels. Then right here font weight to be normal. See this much of thing, go to the browser, okay, refresh it, and you can see this one, right. And when you click on this, it will just, okay, it will just open the actual Hotstar, right. So this is quite okay, working. Okay, Now I just want to design you can say the user login part. So just copy this much of thing, paste it right at this point. Okay, and right here dot that is user login, user dash login, right, and give it a margin top of 8 pixels. Just copy this line, bring it at this point. Right here A, and right here text align to be not text align, this text transform to be uppercase, and I want the color to be RGB, this one, and a margin of 0,20 pixels, right? Save this piece of thing, go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see this, right? You can see this. So finally we have created the navigation part successfully. Okay, by the way, let me tell you, this is not responsive, right? Okay, it is not fitted in the, you can say it is not fit for the mobile version, right? So we have to make it responsive for the mobile version too. So just right here at this point, click on this inspect element, right, or this inspect that is button, right, and we're just going to find this developer, you can say this developer kit, right? So just click on this phone button, right, and just minimize this. Okay, and just minimize this to, let's say, this much, right? Now just go to the VS Code. Okay, now just go below. Yeah, you can say we have this nav ends at this point, so just you can say just minimize the header only, right, like this. Now we are going to create the mobile navigation bar, or that is the sidebar that you can see in my website, that is the clone of Hotstar, right? You can see at this point, just right click at this point, click on this inspect element, right, and just wait for some seconds. Yeah, now when I click on this, you can see to the iPhone X, you can see just going, you can see this three you can see these 3 bars, these 3 lines, that is this bar. Click on this bar and you're going to find the sidebar, right? And when you click outside the bar, you're just getting get rid of that bar, right? So that is pretty much simple, and that is awesome, right? So we will be creating that, and we will be creating this search button, right? You can see when I just click on that search button, you can see it just opens a page, or actually it is not a page, it is on the same point, but it is actually a total div, right? So it just opens this div and you can just search here, okay, for everything you want. Just hit enter and you can search for it, right? So this is pretty much you can say awesome, right? So we are going to just create that, right? So first we are going to create this you can say this sidebar. So let's first do the HTML part of that, right? So let's move to the VS Code, and you're writing here mobile nav, right, and slash I'm writing here sidebar, just like that, right? Now I'm just copying this, and at the end I'm just writing here there is this ends, right? Okay, and inside this I'm just going to write the code. Okay, now I'm just going to create a div with the ID of mobile nav bar. So right here just with the ID, right here mobile dash nav bar, and hit enter. Now here you can find this, you can see this autocomplete, right? This is the abbreviation, right? Okay, now inside this we're going to create another div that is nav left. So I'm just going to tell you what I'm just doing right now, right? So just wait for some seconds, right? So right here nav dash left and hit enter, right? Inside the nav dash left, I'm just going to create a div with a class of login box. So right here dot login dash box and hit enter. And inside this I'm just going to write an anchor tag, right? For right now just make it as has, right? And after that I'm just going to write here an h1, let's say login, right? Then just give it a space at this point, right? And after that I'm just going to add an h3 tag, and at that point I'm just going to write here that is for a better experience, right? I'm just pasting it right at this point, right? Okay, and after that I'm just going to add an icon, right? So right here I hit enter, right here class, and the class will be FAS F8 dash angle, okay, angle dash right, okay. Save this much of thing. Okay, now after the login box, okay, after this div, just create another div with the class of HR. So we're just going to create a custom HR line, that is the horizontal one, right? We are not going to use the HR line, right? Because it looks ugly at this point, right? Okay, after that I'm just going to create another div with the class of watch list. So right here dot the watch list dash list, right, and hit enter. And inside this I'm just going to write here an anchor tag and just make it as headers for right now. Hit enter, and right here watch list, just like this, right? Make it as capital, right? Okay, save this much of thing. Now let's go to the browser and let's see what is happening. Refresh the browser and you can see this. So it is actually behind you can see this navigation bar, and you can see all these things. It looks ugly, right? So we will be fixing that, okay, in just a moment. Okay, now just move back to the VS Code, right? And instead of this, you can say this has, I'm just going to add the actual link. You can just copy that from my you can say that is the source code, just paste that at this point, right? Save this whole thing. Now after that I'm just going to add you can say this div, that is the HR div with the class, that is the class of HR div, right? To the after this you can say this watch list class, right? After this div, right? So just paste it at this point, right, like this. Okay, and just I think I just should give you can say an extra line at this point, so that it will be clear to you. Okay, you will not get confused. Okay, after that I'm just going to create let's say there is another div with a class of, that is kids save box, right? Right here kids, okay, kids dash save dash box, and hit enter. And inside this div I'm just going to create another div that is kids dash logo, and inside that I'm just going to create another div that will be another div. I'm just going to write just going to give the image there, right? So I'm just going to write here image, and right here just like this, just go above. Okay, you can see, or you can just click on this HTML and just make it as DJ HTML. Okay, this one, right? Django HTML, right? This one. And right here static, and hit enter, right, like this. Now just again change this to HTML, right? And right here images slash let me see the name, that is kitsave.svg, right? So right here kits right, kits, okay, this is small letters, right? Right here kits save dot svg, save this one second, right? Just go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, I'm not finding the, you can see there is a svg image at this point, so there's something wrong at this point. So let's see what is going to be wrong at this point, right? So I have this kids ki, okay, I just missed out the spelling, right? So right here kids, save this thing, go to the browser and refresh it. Okay, refresh it again and again. Let me see what is going wrong. So it is kidsave.svg, right? It is this, okay, spelling was right, and that is this one. I should get this, right? So let's see what is going wrong right at this point. kids safe dot svg. Okay, nothing wrong with this. Just go to the browser and just refresh it again. I'm not finding that, right? So if I just remove this kids and let's say just make it as simply kids, save this little thing, go to the browser, refresh it. I'm not finding that too much, right? So that's not finding that. So okay, I just missed out the spelling at this point. You can see this images, so make it the spelling correct, right? This will be images, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find this. Okay, so right, then after that, just going to create the toggler. Okay, that is this one, you can see. Okay, you can see this one you can see, right? So let's do it. So pretty much very simple, right? Inside this kids save box, right, we are just going to create that, right? So just create another div with a class of toggler. and inside this create another div with a class of toggle box. So right here, toggle dash box, right? Hit enter. Now inside this right here, another div that is the circle. So right here with just create a div with a class of circle. Right here, the dot circle, and hit enter. That much up, right? So this is this much. Okay. Now we're just going to create the, you can say, the navigation, right? You can say the navigation links. That is, you can say this ones, right? These are the links, okay, right? So let's create that. So outside the Csrf box, right? Outside this box, I'm just going to create a div with a class of nav-ul. Hit enter. Inside this, I'm just going to create a UL, and inside the UL, I'm just going to, you can say, just create an LIA tag, right? Just like the navigation that we have done before, right? I'm just going to paste the links, right? Like this. You can say LIA href, and you can see these links. So you can just copy this from my source code, right? So it will just save your time. Okay. Now after creating, you can say the navigation, you can see the nav left. Now we're just going to create the nav right. So after the nav left, just create another div that is nav dash right. Okay, hit enter and save this. Now you can say I'm just doing nothing inside this. Why? Now let me explain this, right? Just go to the browser and just open this website. Now here you can see I have this sidebar, and when I click on the outside, you can see this part. You can say it is hidden, right? The navigation is hidden, right? So when I click on this, you can say it appears, right? So this, you can see this part, you can see the left, you can see this slider part. This is actually that is the nav left, right? And you can say this, this transparent part. This is a div. Okay, it is nothing but a div. Okay, and this is the right div, right? This is the nav right, right? So okay, I just created this because when the user clicks at this part, you can say it is hidden, right? So I just done this because it will just give a better user experience. The user will think that he is clicking outside of this sidebar and it is hidden. That's pretty much simple, right? And that is looks really awesome, right? So that's really awesome, right? So let's go back to the code editor, right, at this point. And now we are just going to do the CSS part. So before going to the CSS part of this part, right? So you can say as a static, you can say this static folder. Right click at this point, create a new folder, and just write CSS. Hit enter. And inside this, you can say the just close the images, right? Okay, inside the CSS folder, create another file that will be not home dot. It will be actually nav.css, and hit enter. And inside the nav.css, just go to the top, and you can find you can see this CSS that we have created for the, you can see the desktop version of our website, right? So just copy all the CSS part, go to, you can say, this nav.css, paste it at this point, and right click here and just click on this format document. Okay, it will format your document. You can say the CSS part, and it will just make it it looks better, right? So save this much of thing. Now close this. Now we have to link that, right? So after, you can say this link tag, right, before this title tag, right here link, and here right here give the curly braces, right here let's give the percentile, okay, percentile symbol, and right here static, then right here that will be let me see that one, right? So that is looks like this, static, and then I just write the name, right? So just remove this, just like this, and right here css/nav.css, and save this thing. Now go to the browser and just refresh your page. Okay, now you can see this, you can see everything is working fine, right? Now we have to fix this, right? The navigation, you can see this sidebar, and we have to just hide these things, right? So let's do that, right? So now inside the style tag, so now we are just going to style the, you can see the navigation, that is the mobile navigation, right? So I'm just going to add the media queries, right? So right here @media, right here only screen, and right here just give the parenthesis, and right here max dash width, right? just give a colon, and right here let's say 400, okay, not 400, 1400 pixels, right? Okay, give the curly braces, hit enter. Now first what I want just to hide, you can say this nav, and you can say this kids, and you can say this form, right? This search form, right? So let's do that. So I'm just going to write here header, then I'm just going to select the dot left dash header, right? And inside that I have the nav, right? Give a comma, hit enter. Right here just copy the replicate this, right? Just change this nav to dot kids, and just change this to dot search dash form, then just replicate this one more time. And what I have to do is just make this left and this left to right, okay? And just change this to user dash login, right? And replicate this one more time, right? And okay, just remove this, just replicate this one, right? And right here dot bars, give a space, right here dot drop down, okay, then just remove this comma, use the curly braces again, hit enter, and right here display to none. Save this. Now what I'm doing is I'm just hiding, you can say the login form. Okay, let me show you. I'm just hiding, you can say this form and these things. And you can see when I just hover over this, you can see this you can see this drop down, right? So I'm just going to remove this drop down even, right? Now refresh the page, and it is actually at 1467. Just minimize this, and you can see these things. And when you just, and it's actually working, so we have to just hide that even, right? So let's see what is going on. We have just missed out a spelling mistake, right? So make it as drop down, right? Just change the W to P, right? Save this. Now go to the browser, refresh it, and yeah, it's working, right? Now one thing I'm just going to add right now, that is, you can say the search button. Okay, oh, that doesn't matter, right? Okay, now first let's create you can say this navigation, right? The mobile navigation. Go back, right? Okay, now right here just select the right here has, and right here mobile dash navbar, right? Mobile navbar, okay, and just navbar right here, and make it as n, right? Okay, and right here display to flex, right here width of let's say 0, but for right now I just want to make the width to let's say 70%, right? Then just right here height of 100 VH. Then right here position will be fixed, right? Then right here from top I want it to be 0, from left I want it to be 0. I want a background, let's say that is RGBA, right here 0, 0, 0, and right here 0.418, right? After that I want the color to be hashtag #FF, and I want the Z index to be 9999, just like this. It should be greater than the Z index of the, you can say, of this navigation, okay, this one, right? So that it will look okay, just over this, right? Okay, now what I want the overflow to hidden. I want the transition, right? Transition of let's say all 0.5 second is, right? Save this, go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can find this, right? Okay, just click on this, make it as iPhone X. Okay, fine, and just go to this point, just click on this. I want to see the okay, just make it as 80%. Where is that? This one. Save this, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, now it looks nice, right? Okay, after that, now we're just going to style you can say these things, right? Okay, right here has mobile. Okay, right here mobile dash navbar, give a space right here dot nav dash left. I'm just going to select the left navigation, right? And right here give it a width of, let's say, 80%, right? And just give this width of this 100%. Save this so that we can see that, right? Okay, now refresh the page and you can see this, right? Okay, and just give it a background color, that is, let's say, hashtag, give 131B to B, right? Save this, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things, right? Quite awesome. Now we are going to fix these things, right? These texts, right? So just copy this line, bring it at this point. Okay, now inside the left the dot left, you can see the left navigation, we have the login box right here, dot login dash box, and just give it the position of relative and a width of 100%. Okay, padding, let's say 20 pixels. Save this. Now just copy this line again. Okay, copy this line and just bring this right at this point, and just right here select the H1, right? We have the H1 inside the login box, right? So right here, give the font size to, let's say, 22 pixels, and save this one, right? Go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find this. Now just copy this line again and paste that after this, and right here H3, right? And just give it a color of gray, and give it a font weight of normal, right? And then just give it a font size of, let's say, 17 pixels. Save this, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, now it looks nice, right? Okay, then I'm just going to write here, I'm just going to place this arrow button at this point, right? So I'm just going to write here login box, and inside the login box I have dot fa dash angle angle dash right. Okay, and I want the position of this to be absolute. Give it top of 50%, then just give it a right of 20 pixels, right? 20 pixels. Then just give it some, like, let's say that is transform, translate, let's say 0, minus 50%, right? Now give it a font size of 30 pixels. Save this, go to the browser and refresh that. Okay, we have saved that, right? And okay, we have just written fa dash 2 times. So save this one, fix that, right? Refresh the page and you can find this, right? Okay, after that, now I want to style, you can say the HRD, right, which we have created, right? This one, right? So paste that line, and right here just remove this dot hr and give it let's say width of 100%, height of, let's say, 1 pixels, and a background color to be let's say RGB of, let's say 68, right? Save this, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find this. After that, now we are going to just you can say design this, you can say this watch list and this Csrf, right? So let's first you can say design the, you can say this Csrf, right? So right here I'm just going to paste that again, and right here kids, okay, kids dash save dash box, and just give it a width of 100%, give it a position of relative, right? Then right here just copy this line, right, and inside the kids save box we have dot kids dash logo, right, and give it a padding of 20 pixels. Then copy this line again, okay, copy that line just like this, okay, and inside that I have the image, right, that is this VG image, so just give it a width of 120 pixels, okay. Now just save this, go to the browser and refresh the page, and you can see this, right? Now we are going to create the toggler, right, that is this one, right, this toggle button, right? Okay, so let's do that, right? Just copy this line, bring it here, right, or paste it right at this point, and inside the kit save box we have this toggler, right? So just change this to toggler, right? And inside the toggler we have dot, there is the toggle box, right? So we have toggle dash box, okay, give it the width of 60 pixels, then give it a height of 30 pixels, okay, and give it a background color of let's say has 16, 16 and 16, okay. Just remove this, right, save this, and just go to the browser, right, just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see this box, right? Okay, after that just give it a border radius of let's say border radius, let's say 20 pixels, right, and just make its border like this, right here, border 1 pixels, group RGB, and just make it as completely white, okay. Okay, just remove these things, make it as hashtag triple F, right? Okay, make the cursor to be pointer, okay, pointer. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, right, and refresh it, and you can see this, right? Now I want just place this at this point, right? So just copy this much of thing, okay, paste that at this point. I'm just going to target the toggler and give it a position of absolute, and it will be actually same as this one, right? Just copy this much of thing, right, paste that, and just remove this font size, right? Save this, go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see this thing at this point, right? Okay, now we are going to create the circle, right? So click on just go to the, you can say the VS Code, and just copy, you can see this copy, you can see this entire thing, okay. Now paste it at this point, and right here dot circle, because we just created a circle inside it, okay. You have, if you have remembered, just go below and you can see this circle div, right? We're just going to create the circle. Click on this, right? Now I'm just going to write here width of 28 pixels and height of 28 pixels, and just give it a border radius of 50%, give it a background of let's say background, okay, that will be background of, or background color of, let's say has F1, right, and give the position okay, position to be relative, and then right here transition of all 0.2 seconds is right. Okay, save this, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this button. Now when I click on this button, it will not work. So we are going to fix that using JavaScript. But before going to the JavaScript, let's first fix you can say this navigation and this watch list, right? So just go to the VS Code, right, and now just right here let's say just paste that right at this point and just remove these things, get saved. Okay, now right here dot nav-ul, and inside the nav-ul we have a ul and li. Okay, right here margin of let's say 20 pixels from up and down, and from left and right 0. I want to display it as block, right? Save this, go to the browser, refresh that, and you can see these things. Now just copy this line, bring it at this point right here A, and just right here display to block, give it a padding of let's say 20 pixels, right, and give it a font weight, right, of normal, right. Now save this, go to the browser and refresh this, and you can see these things. Okay, now after that just go to the VS Code, copy this line, okay, paste that after this, right, and right here hover. Okay, there is this a hover. Okay, it will be hover. Okay, and this right here background color to be let's say hashtag 0C111B, right? Okay, 0C111B, right? Save this. Now just go to the browser, refresh it, and when you hover over this, you can see these things. Okay, when I just clicked on that, right? So I don't have to click on that, right? Okay, means when you're just going to click on this, you can just see these things. You can just see that that black colored background, right? Okay, as we have just linked this, you can see when I just click on this, it will just redirect you to the actual Hotstar clone of this page, right? So because of that, it is redirecting us to another page, right? So just go back to the VS Code, and after this I'm just going to style the watch list, right? So just copy this much of thing and paste that after this, right? So just like this, and inside that we have dot watch list, right? Watch dash list, right? And inside that we have a, but before that I just want to give a padding to the watch list. So right here padding of let's say 20 pixels. Just copy this line. Okay, just copy this line, bring it at this point right here A, and inside that I'm just going to write here, let's say that is font weight to be normal and font size to be let's say 20 pixels, right? Okay, just see this one, go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see these things. So we have completed, you can see the sidebar. Now we are going to write some JavaScript, okay, to hide, you can see this navigation bar, and when I just going to click on this, you can see this toggle button, this circle should move at this to this point, okay, and then again back to this point when I just click on it, right? So but before that, let's create you can say this part, right? What is this? You can say this navigation, right? This right part, right? So it is going to be a simple CSS, right? So right here just copy this much of line, right? Copy it, paste it at this point, and make this left as right. Okay, and right here width of 20% and height of let's say 100 VH, right? And then just save this one and just go to the browser and refresh it. Now you cannot find anything change, but actually what has happened is That is the nav left, okay, that is not left, that is right, okay. Nav right has covered, you can see, this entire part, okay, this entire part. Now when I just click on this part, it will hide the navigation, right? Now we're just going to write the JavaScript. Okay, now go back to the VS Code, and at the bottom, okay, before this body tag, okay, right here scripts, right, and right here just add the script tag, and inside the script tag I'm just adding a comment, right, that is this one, just creating a toggle button, right. First we are going to create the toggle button, right. Now right here const, just creating a constant variable, right here toggler, okay, toggler equals to document, okay, right here document dot query selector, and give the parenthesis, and inside this right here there is dot toggle dash box, right, okay, and give this, right, okay. Now after right here const, and right here circle equals to document dot query selector, and right here dot circle, right, okay, and right here toggler dot add event listener, right, and right here click, right, and after right here function, okay, and the function name will be, and right here, and then right here function, okay, give the parenthesis, give and just give this one, hit enter, give the semicolon this point, right. And what I want is, I want to just check that if circle dot style dot left is equals to, if it is 50%, right. Now I want just copy this line, okay, again I'm just copying it from my source code, right, copy that, paste that at this point, this one, right, circle dot style dot left equals to 0, make it as 0, right. Now right here else, okay, I write here right here else, give the curly braces, right here just paste the line again and make it as 50%, save this, right, and then just go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this thing is perfectly working, right. Now I want to just change the color, right, just like this. You can say when I just click on this it becomes white, and when I click on this it becomes orange. So I just want to change the color, right. So it's pretty much simple. Copy these lines 2 times, just change this left to background, right, just like this, background, and just change this to hashtag F1, and this one to, let's say, orange, right. Save this, go to the browser, refresh the browser, click on this, and you can see it becomes orange. You can see the color changes. So finally we have created the toggler. Now we are going to create you can see just write the JavaScript for, you can see, the mobile navigation. Okay, now let's go back to the VS Code, and here I'm going to create that is the mobile navigation part, right. So that is you can see the closing and opening of the navigation of our, that is mobile navigation, right, the sidebar, right. So we're going to add another comment, that is mobile nav, and here I'm going to create another constant variable, let's say mobile mobile nav bar, okay, and I'm going to write here document dot query selector, and here I'm going to add, you can say, the ID of the mobile navigation, okay, of the sidebar, that is mobile dash navbar right here, mobile dash navbar, right? Okay, now I'm just going to copy this another time, right? And I'm going to change, you can say, this and this, okay, not this one and this one to let's say nav right, okay, and just make it as smaller at this point, right, and give our dash at this point, right, like this, and just remove this has, and instead of this has right here dot, right? Okay, now after that, just I'm just going to create now copy this another time, right, and just remove this much of thing, and right here bars, right, and change this also to bars, right? After that, I'm just going to add you can say event listener, right? So right here bars dot add event listener, and the event listener will be obviously click, right? And now create a function, right? Give the parentheses, give the curly braces, and just keep semicolon as well, right? And right here mobile navbar dot style dot, let's say, width, right? So I'm just going to target the width, make it as 0, right? Just like that. It is actually at 100%, so we have to make it as 0. This will be simple. Now we just copy this, you can see this much of thing, right? And just change these bars to nav right, okay, and just make this to 0, okay, and this to 100%, just like this. Now save this much of thing, go back to the browser and just refresh it. Okay, now click on, you can see outside of this, and you can see this, it is hidden. And when I click on this, you can see it appears, and when I click on this, it is hidden, right? So this is quite awesome. Now we are going to fix these things, right? You can see this this navigation part. Okay, this looks weird. This looks really weird, right? So let's go back to the VS Code, right, and move to the CSS part, right? I'm just going to add another media queries at this point, that will be at the rate media only screen, and give the parentheses right here, max dash width, it will be 600 pixels, give the curly braces, and just right here header, okay, header, and write the padding as, let's say, 20 pixels, and right here header, then right here we have dot right dash header, and inside that we have dot btn1 and a, right? Right here padding of, let's say, 5 pixels from top and bottom, and 10 pixels from left and right, okay, and I want a margin right of, let's say, 75 pixels, right? I want the font size to be 12 pixels, okay. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, just refresh the page again. Oh, it appears again, but that should not be right. So just going to open it. Okay, it is appearing because it is by default at 100%, so we have to change that to 0, right? I'll just click on this, go to this, okay, what is that, mobile bar, yeah, this was the thing. Just make this 100% to 0, save this, put the browser, refresh it again, and you can see these things. Now when I click on this, it will appear, and when I just click on outside of this, it will disappear. Now it's working nicely, right? Okay, now go back to the VS Code. Now we have to, you can say, just fix this up with these things, right? So go back. Okay, after this, right here, header, right here, dot left header dot brand, okay, and inside the brand we have an image, not image, we have an anchor tag. Inside the anchor tag we have an image tag, right? And I'm going to select the image tag and write the width to be 130 pixels, right? Save this other thing, go to the browser and refresh that, and you can see this thing, right? Now it looks nice, right? Okay, now just copy this much of thing, paste that after this, right? And right here dot bars and inside the bars we have .fa-bars. Okay, make the padding, okay, give it a padding of 5 pixels from all around, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this things. Now it looks quite awesome. Now one thing is missing, that is you can see the search icon at this point. Search icon, when I click on the search icon, it appears actually a div, and you can search for at this point, right? So, and when I click on this, it will just go back to the home page, just like this, right? Okay, refresh everything. Now we're going to create, you can say this search icon at this point. So let's move back to the VS Code, right? And go to the down part. Just minimize, you can say this mobile, right? Okay. At this point, I'm just going to create, you can say that is the search box, right? That is the mobile search box. So I'm just going to add a comment that is mobile search box, right? At this point, paste that at this point, and right here ends. Okay, ends, right? And inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class of that is mobile dash search dash box, right? Hit enter. Inside this div, I'm just going to create another div that is with a class of dot mobile dash not mobile. It will be search dash input dash box, right? And inside this, I'm going to create a form, right? So right here, form, and the action will be for right now, it will be has, right? And inside the form, I'm going to write just going to add a Csrf token, but that's not required, okay, for this now, because we will be using a get method at this point. But to be at the safest point, we will be using Csrf token, right? So I'm just going to add the Csrf token. So just I'm going to copy it from source code. Okay, just paste it at this point, right? Okay, now I'm just going to add an input tag to this point right here, input, hit enter, and just right here give it a name equals to let's say query, right? Give it a ID equals to let's say query, right? And just give it a placeholder, okay, placeholder, okay, just outside that, right? Placeholder of searching. Okay, and after that I'm going to create just add a class to this which will be mobile search, okay, mobile input search, right? So just right here, mobile input search, okay, just like this. Okay, after that I'm just going to add you can say those arrows, right? So right here I with a class of fas dot fa dash arrow dash left, right? Hit enter. And after that I'm just going to add a button right here, button, and the button type will be reset, okay, and a class of btn dash mobile dash reset, okay, times dash reset, is it right? Times dash reset, okay, reset. Okay, and inside this I'm going to add, you can say, the okay icon. So I'm going to write here fa dash times, hit enter, and make this fa as fas, right? Okay, save this much of thing. Okay, and after you can say this, you can say after you can say this div, right? After this div, I'm going to create another div, and right here with a class of I'm just going to create a div with a class of let's say content dash search dash box dash mobile, hit enter. And inside this I'm just going to give some, you can say h1, and okay, so right here let's say an h1 tag right here, search for, okay, for, and after that just write another h1, paste this, just create another h1, and right here channels, okay, okay, just save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see this much of thing. So now we have to you can say we have to add some, you can say, JavaScript and some of the CSS to this. So let's first add the CSS to this. Now before adding the styling part, we have to add one more thing you can say to this header part, right? So just go below of the header part. Okay, you can say after you can see this this user login, just hit enter and create another div, right, with a class of dot search dash mobile. Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to add, you can say, the search icon. So right here fa dash search, right, and okay, now we make this as fas, right, and just add one more you can say that is class to this, that will be mobile dash search dash icon, right? Okay, save this much of thing. Now go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see these things. Now we have to place this at you can say at the right position, right, just like this. Okay, now go back to this and just go to the, you can say, the styling part and minimize this header part, right? At this point right here dot is a search dash, okay, search dash mobile, and inside that we have dot mobile dash search dash icon, right, and I want to make it as display block. Position will be relative, right, from right I want it to be 40 pixels, and from top I want 1 pixels, and the cursor to be pointer, and I want some padding of 10 pixels, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh it. There is something wrong with that. Let's see. Okay, we have just missed out the spelling right at this point. Make it as search, search. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it again. Okay, refresh it, and we are just again, let me see what is going to be wrong with this. Just open, you can see this header part, just go below and let's see what's wrong with that. Oh, we just missed out the spelling at this point also. Make it as search. Okay, save this much of thing. Now go back to the browser, refresh it, and still it's not doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Okay, and the spelling mistake at this point. Do the edge at this point. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, and hopefully this will work right now. Refresh the page, and this works. Okay, finally, after lots of spelling mistakes, we have solved the bug. Not a bug. It's not a bug. Okay, leave it. Okay, now let's do the CSS part of these things, right? Now, just to move ahead to this point. Okay, minimize this. Okay. Just you can say after this, I'm just going to write here dot let's say this mobile dash search dash box, right? I want the width to be 100%. I want the height to be 100 VH. I want the position to be fixed. Okay, fixed, right? Top to be 0, left to be 0, and I want a background to be let's say hashtag 141B 29, right? Hit enter, and I want a z index of let's say 9999, just like this, and I want overflow to be hidden. Okay, just like this. Okay, now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see these things, right? Now we are going to style these things, right? Okay, now copy this, bring it to this point, right? And at the end, after this right here, there is dot search dash input dash box, and make the position to be relative. Okay, relative. And after that, I want the width to be 100%. I want display to be flex. I want align items to be center justify content to be center and padding of 10 pixels, right? Okay, copy this line again and paste that at this point, right? And after this box right here, form, okay, inside this we have a form, and inside the form we have dot mobile dash that is input dash search, right? And okay, input dash search, right, T at this point, right? And right here, width of 100%, height of 50 pixels, outline to be none, okay, none, okay, it will be none, right? And the border will be, okay, the border will be none. I want the background color, right, to be hashtag 0C111 B, this one, right? And some padding of 10 pixels from top and bottom and 80 pixels from left and right, right? And I want the font family to be Poppins, right? Okay, Poppins. And I want the font weight to be 500, and I want the font size to be 22 pixels, okay, font size to be 22 pixels, and color of RGB 177, 177, 177, okay, this one. See this much a thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see the search box right like this. Okay, now we are going to add, you can see this cross and this, you can see this arrow to this point and this point, right? So just go back to the VS Code, right? And after that, okay, I want to change the color of the, you can say, the placeholder, right, of this, right? So just copy this much of thing, paste that at this point, right? Right here, placeholder, okay, and give it a color of let's say hashtag DDDDD, okay, another D, okay, save this much of thing. Now after that, right here, just copy this line, you can say this much of thing, okay, this after this form, paste that at this point, and inside the form we have dot fa dash arrow dash left, right? Give it a position of absolute, from left give it 30 pixels, from top give it 33%, and give it a color of okay, RGB, this 1000, 1000, 1000, right? And give it the cursor to be pointer, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh that, and you can see this at this point, right? Okay, now copy this much of thing and paste at this point, and just change this, you can say fa dash arrow dash, you can say left to fa, okay, to just make it as btn, you can say dot btn dash mobile dash times dash reset, right? And inside it we have dot fa dash times, okay, times, okay, and just make this as right, okay, and save this much of thing, right? Now go back to the browser and refresh it. There's something wrong with that, let's see what is going to be wrong, right? It is okay, this is fine, just go back and just replace this with this, paste that, okay, save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh that, and we got to this point, right? Okay, I want a font size to this, font size of 20 pixels, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see things, right? Now we're going to fix this much of thing, right? This much of, right? So click on that, okay. Now just copy this much of thing, paste that after this, remove this, okay, and right here dot content dash search, okay, ch search, right, dash box dash mobile, right, and give it a width of 100%, text alignment to be center, margin top to be 70%, right. Save this sort of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see all those things at this point. Now we're going to just target, you can say this h1 text, right, and the color and the font size of this, right. So just copy this line, right, and after that right here h1, and right here font size to be 20 pixels. Okay, there is font size to be 20 pixels, font weight to be normal, color to be RGB 177 right? This one, right? Save this sort of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this things, right? Okay, now we're going to write, you can say, the JavaScript part, right? But before that I'm going to add something, you can say, to the CSS, right? So just go to the top of all the CSS, right, to this point, and right here has mobile, okay, mobile dash navbar, right, make it as display to none. Now this is I'm doing because I don't want to show this in my, you can say, in the desktop version, right, and just give a comma at this point, and right here dot search dash mobile, right, give a comma, and right here dot mobile dash search, okay, search, it is search, okay, let's remove this, okay, search dash box, and save this sort of thing. Now just go to the browser and refresh this sort of thing, right, refresh it again, and what's going wrong? Okay, it is okay, it is display none at this point, right? So we have to just make it as display, right? So just go to the bottom, and at this point, okay, at this point I'm going to add that, right? So right here, just go below, and this is actually dot search mobile, right? So it is dot search dash mobile, right? Just to make it as display to block. Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh that, and you can see this thing, right? Now when I click on this, nothing happens. Now we are going to deal that using JavaScript, right? So go back to the VS Code, right? At this point, you can to this point, right? And just going to add, you can say, a comment at this point that will be mobile search box. Okay, just like this. Okay, and inside this I'm going to just, you can say, write the JavaScript, right? So I'm just going to create, you can say, constant variable, right? Okay, right here, const, okay, give the name mobile search box, mobile search box equals to document dot query selector, give the parentheses inside this right here, dot mobile dash search dash box, okay, give the column at this point, semicolon, right? Copy this 2 more time and just write it as mobile search. This may just change this box to icon, and you can say this to mobile search, you can say this, make it as an icon, okay, just like this, and just change this to arrow left, left, and this to you can say that is fa dash arrow dash left, right? And I'm going to now just use the, you can say, event listeners, right? So right here, mobile search box, okay, not search box, it is search icon dot you can say add event listener, and the listener will be click event, right? So right here click, and just give a comma at this point, right here function, and give the parenthesis, right here to give the curly braces, and just give the semicolon at this point, and right here that is mobile search box dot style dot you can say that is display equals to, this will be block, right? Give the semicolon at this point, right? Copy this one more time and just I can say change this to arrow left and make it as none, right? Okay, pretty much simple. Save this thing, go back to the browser and refresh it. Now click on, you can say, this icon and it appears. Now you can just search for this type at point, but this will not work because we have not created the, you can say, the search.html, and we have not write anything in the backend still now, right? Okay, now just click on this icon. Okay, it will take you to the home page. Click on this, and when you can write anything and click on the, you can see this cross icon, it will just remove the things. Click on this back arrow. Okay, so finally we have created, you can say, the navigation part, right? So the complete navigation part is completed. Now we are going to, you can say, just create, you can say, these things. Okay, these banners, right? At this point you can see these things, these cards, these banners. So let's do that. Okay, so for that, go back to the VS Code, and one thing we are going to do is, you can say, in the static folder at this point, click on this, click on right click on the static file, click on this new folder right here, JS, hit enter, and inside the JS folder click on create a new file. There will be app.js, hit enter, and inside that file I'm just going to you can say add all this, you can say all of this JavaScript. So copy all of this JavaScript from this point, okay, right, and just remove this much of thing, save this much of thing. Now go back to this point, paste that, right click, no, don't have right click, save this much of thing, and at this point right here, script, right here, source will be static, right? So just give the curly braces, give the percentile symbol right here, static, okay, and right here that is js/app.js, right? Now save this much of thing, go back to the browser and refresh it. Now you can see everything works fine, right? So click on this, click on this, click on this, and this works, right? So we have created the navigation part. Now we have to go for, you can say, the banner part, right? You can say this part, we have to create these things, right? Okay, now just open a new tab and search for glide.js and hit enter. Okay, and you will find this link, this first link. Click on this link, it will take you to this page. This is glide.js. Okay, so we are using this to create, you can say, this carousel, right? When you click on this, it just slides, right? You can see this carousel, right? We are going to create this carousel using glide.js. Okay, now open its GitHub in a new tab, right? And now click on this get started. Okay, now click on this you can say this setup option, right? Okay, go to below and you can see this structure. Okay, this is a structure which we are going to use, right? But before that, just go to, you can say, this GitHub page, right, which we have opened, and here you are going to find this, you can say, this dist option, right? This dist folder. Click on this folder, right? And after that, you are going to find you can say this glide.min.js. Just open this in a new tab and just open this CSS folder also, right? Now in the CSS folder, you are going to find this glide.core.min.css and glide.theme.min.css, right? So you have to open these two, you can say, CSS files. So just open this one and this one, right? Okay. Now this is the, you can say, the JavaScript file, right? So just go to the VS Code, and now you can say in this JS folder, right click at this point, create a new file and then name it as glide.min.js and hit enter. Now just go to the Chrome, to the browser, and at this point click on this raw, and you are going to find you can say this. So click on this beautify now, because I just installed the extensions called JavaScript and CSS beautify. You can just install that and it will just do this. You can see this one. Now just, you can say, just copy all of these things, just press Ctrl A, Ctrl C, go to you can say the browser and paste that at this point, right? Here you are going to find, you can say, the JavaScript, right? Now save this thing, right? Okay, now close this one, right? Now in the CSS folder, create a new CSS file and name it as glide.core.min.css. hit enter. Right, go back to the browser. Now close this tab right now, and you can find this glide and just go to this, I can say glide.core.min.css. just open this file. Okay, click on this raw, click on this, and just copy all of these things and paste it at this point. Right, save this. Now close this one. Now go back and just close this one also. Right, after that just go to, you can say we are just going to create this glide.theme.min.css. so just going to create the folder first. Copy this and just go to, you can say, the CSS folder and write, we're just going to paste that, right, glide.theme.min.css. I'm just going to create a new folder, new CSS file, right, and go back to the browser, click on this raw, click on this beautify now option. Now copy all of these things, go to the VS Code and paste it at this point. Save this. Now we have to link the two CSS file and the JavaScript file, you can say, to our, you can say, at the base.html file, right? But before that I want to do one more thing, that is I'm just going to create another CSS file and name it as nav-media.css. hit enter and just go to the base.html and I'm just going to copy all of this, you can say, CSS, right? Okay, save this much of thing, go to the nav-media.css, paste that at this point, right click at this point, click on this format document. Okay, now save this, close this one, go to the base.html file and just replicate this and just write here nav-media.css, right, and just replicate this one more time and just change this as glide, okay, glide dot core dot min.css, right, and just take it to the top, right, to at this point. Okay, before, you can say, these two CSS, right, and just take this CSS to this point, right, so this will be the order, right. Now just replicate this one more time and just change this code to theme, right, theme.min.css. now go to the bottom and after this script tag, right, just add one more script tag, just copy this one and just change this app to min.js, right. Now save this project. Okay, now go to the home.html, right. Now we are going to do something in the home.html file, right. Okay, now right here, just right here, block, hit enter and make it as body, right here body, hit tab, hit enter, and inside this body we are going to write the HTML, right. So just go to the browser, right, and just close this one, right. Now you can say go to this part, right, this structure, and copy these things, right. Go to the, you can say, VS Code. Now at this point just create a section, right, with an let's say ID of home, right, and inside that I'm just going to paste the thing which I have just copied, right. So paste the thing, right, like this. Now I'm just going to add a comment at this point, that is this one, right, glide.js-banner slide, okay, this one, right. Okay, so that I will not be confused while using this. Okay, now you can see this thing. Okay, just select this thing, just press tab and again select this thing, press tab. Okay, now it looks nice, and just select this thing, press tab. Okay, now it's perfect, right. Okay, now just go to the base.html file, right, and at this point right here script, hit enter, right, and inside this script tag I'm just going to write JavaScript for the slider, right. So at this point right here new glide, okay, give the parenthesis, inside this just give the quotes and right here dot glide, right? And this glide should be exactly same as the class of this, right? Okay, just close this one also. Right? Okay, glide. Then just give a comma. Right? Use the curly braces. Right? Hit enter. Okay. And after that, at this point, you can say right here dot mount. Right? And give the parenthesis. And outside of this, give this semicolon. Okay, this is, you can say, the basic structure of this. Now inside this we are going to add some of the options. So just go to, you can say, go to the browser and just go above, and here you're going to find, you can say, at this point, this option, right? Click on this option. Okay, now here you are going to find all those things, right? But one thing you have to add at this point is dot mount, right? And everything is same. Now you can say inside this we are going to add the, you can say, these things, right? These options, right? And you are going to find all these options at this point, right? With some tutorials just like this. So you can just go and play with this, right? Now let's go to the VS Code, and right here type will be carousel, right? Give a comma, and right here start at. Now this means from where I want to start. Okay, means from which number, from which slide, right? So I want to start it from 0, means from the first slide, right? Then right here per view, this means okay, per view. Where is the V? Here is the V, right? Now make it as 6. At the first point I'm just going to show, okay, it's not 6, it is, I think, 1.1. yeah, this is 1.1. Now this means it is going to show the 1.1 part, you can say, of the first slide. This means here you can see at this point this complete is 1. Now when I'm just going to write here, if I write here 1, then this, you can say, this part will not show me, right? So I just make it as 1.1, so that you can say this okay, this cards, okay, or you can say this banners can be shown on the, you can say, website, so that it will look nice, right? So make it as 1.1, right? Give a comma, and after that right here hover pause. Now hover pause, right? Now what, okay, just make the P as small, right? Okay, what it will do is let's make it as true. It accepts the boolean variable, right? And what it will do is when I just hover, you can say, on this, you can say it will not slide. Okay, the slide is paused. But when I remove my cursor from, you can say, over this, you can say, the banner, it will start sliding. So this is the use of that hover pause, right? So just make it as true. Then I want autoplay, let's say 3000. Okay, this is the time. Okay, now make the gap to be 30. Then just focus it, give it a focus. Okay, CUS, focus at. This means okay, just it will make it a center, right? So right here, center, right? Give the comma, and right here drag threshold, right? Drag threshold to be, let's say, false. So we cannot drag that, right? If you will go to the actual Hotstar website, you cannot also drag, you can say, this one, right? You cannot drag this, right? Okay, only you can click on this, right? But we are going to, but this can drag, right? Like this, right? So just go to the VS Code, and after that, okay, just make it as drag, right? Now after that we are going to add the breakpoints, which will make it responsive, right? So right here, break points, right? Give the colon, and this one, give the continuous statement, right? And inside this, right here, 650. This means at 650. This means at 650 pixels, right? And inside this, right here, per view to be, let's say, 1.1. It will be same, and the gap will be 10, right? Okay, and just save this much of thing, right? Now go to the home.html part, and okay, and you can say at this point I'm just going to just you can say just to demonstrate, I'm just going to write here style a simple inline CSS only to just demonstrate, right? And right here, okay, margin desktop to be, let's say, 200 pixels, right? Now just save this particular thing. Now just go to the browser, okay, go to this website, just refresh it. Okay, it will take some time. Refresh it again, and we are not going to find anything at this point. Now let's see what is going to be wrong at this point. Okay, just give it a width of 100%. Give the semicolon right here. Height, okay, height of, let's say, 100 bh. Give the semicolon. Save this thing. Go to the browser, refresh that, and we are not going to find that. Now let's see what is going to be wrong with that, right? So oh, I got that, right? So there is a simple thing which we have not added, right? So at this point, create a block, right? So just make this HTML to Django HTML, and at this point right here, block, hit enter, and inside you can see this, inside this block at this point right here, body, right? And save this thing. Now go to the browser and just refresh that, and you can see these things, right? You can see 0, you can see this 1, and you cannot drag that, right? Now we have to add, you can say, the arrow buttons to this, but before adding the arrow buttons, let's first, you can say, okay, style this. You can see how it slides. You can see this 1, this 2, you can see this 0. Now this is working. Just go to the VS Code. Okay, now go back to the VS Code and just remove, just go to this home.html and just remove this 2li, right? Okay, now inside this li, just remove the 0, hit enter, right? And just make it as HTML at this point, right? Just change this Django HTML to simple HTML, right? Okay, now inside this I'm just going to create an anchor tag. For right now, just right here, else, right? And just give it a class of banner, right? And inside this I'm just going to create a div with a class of container, right? Hit enter, and inside that container I'm just going to create 2 more divs, or you can say 3 divs at least, I think. Yeah, 3 divs. So, and inside this I'm going to create 3 divs. So the first one will be with a class of left dash banner dash text. Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to create an h1, and here I'm going to write, let's say, for right now I'm just writing something, let's say a simple one, that is, let's say, Mulan, right? Writing here, let's say, Mulan, and afterwards, after just creating, you can say, this and the CSS part, we will go for the database and we will fetch the data, and we will show, you can say, the cards at this point using our database, right? So that you can change whenever you want to change, you can say, the banner cards, right? Okay, after this I'm just going to create an h3 tag. So right here, h3, okay, where's the cursor? Here is h3, and inside this I'm just going to write the category. Let's say the category is action, right? So right here, action dot 2020, just like that. And after that I'm going to add a paragraph tag, right? And I'm just going to add the paragraph, right? Which you're going to find from the original, you can say, website of the Hotstar, right? This one. Okay. Then after this, you can see this div. I'm just going to create another div with a class of, that is, right banner image, right? So I'm going to write here, right dash banner dash image, right? Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to add an img tag, right? And the source will be, let me just copy the link. You can just use the devtools for that, right? Just go to the actual Hotstar website and just use the devtools, right? And you're going to find this link, right? Okay, save this little thing, right? Now just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can see these things. Now you can see we have only one, right? We have only one, you can say, banner. So let's first style this. Okay, after that we are going to add more from the database, right? So let's go to the base.html, right? And at this point I'll go to the style tag right at this point. Okay, and inside this I'm going to target the home. Okay, and I'm just going to give it a width of, okay, just make it as HTML from Django HTML, right? Just wait for 1 minute. Okay, now right here a width of, let's say 100%. Give it a margin top of let's say 100 pixels, right? Then just right here has home. Now just target the glide, so just close this part and just drag. Okay, just click on this, drag this to this point so that it will get split, right? So for splitting the screen I can just do this. Okay, and I'm just going to, you can say, copy this class, paste it at this point like this. Okay, now inside the glide we have the glide track, so copy this one also. So right here dot glide track, and inside that we have the glide slides, right? This one, this UL. Okay, but you can just directly take, you can say, this one also, there's no problem, right? Because inside this div we have this div also, right? So you can just write here, paste it, and right here glides, paste this, and like this, right? Okay, and just do this, give it a width. Actually I'm just styling, you can say, this li text, right? So give it a width of 100%. Give it a background, let's say background of RGB 3,11,23, right? And then give it a overflow of hidden. Then just to give it a border radius of, let's say, 5 pixels. Give it a filter of brightness, let's say 1.1, right? Then give it a position of relative, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can find this, right? Okay, after that just copy this line, bring that at this point like this, and inside you can say inside this glide, this li tag is the glide slide, we have this banner, and then inside that we have container. So I'm just going to write here dot banner, inside that we have dot container, right? And I'm just going to give it a position of relative, and inside that I'm just going to write here width of 100%. Give it a display of flags, justify content to be space between, right? Okay, after that I'm just going to just you can say, just copy this much of thing again. Okay, paste that, and first I'm just going to, you can say, style the image, right? So right here dot right dash banner dash image, right? That is this class, you can say that class, this class. Just copy this and just paste that so that there will be no spelling mistakes, right? And inside this I'm just going to you can say, just giving it a width simply, right? So giving it a width of 60%, right? Okay, 60%. And then I'm just copying this one more time, and after this image I'm going to write here img, right? I'm just targeting the actual image and just giving it a width of 100%, so that it will just cover the entire part of this 60%, right? So actually the, you can say, the right container, this is this div, has a width of 60% of the total, okay, and inside that we have an image, and I want the image to spread all over this page, right? So give it a width of 100% and even height of 100%, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh that, and you can find this, right? Okay, after that you can say after this I'm just going to style, you can say this part, right, this text, right? So just go to VS Code and just copy this much of line, right? Paste that at this point, and inside the container we have dot left dash banner dash text, right? And just going to give it the width of 40%, right, and padding of 60 pixels and a padding right of 110 pixels, right? Save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find this, right? Quite awesome. Okay, good. Now you can say at this point, right, at this point we have just added this custom style, just remove this much of style, right, from at this point. Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it again, and you can find this. Now it is similar to that, right? Okay, now let's you can say style this text, right, this h1 text, h3 text, and this paragraph tag, right? So just going to copy that line, paste that, and inside the banner text we have an h1 tag, right? So I'm just going to give it a font size of, let's say, 50 pixels, right? Then just go and copy this much of thing 2 times, just duplicate them, and just change this h1 to h3 and this h1 to paragraph, that is p, right? And just give the font size to this, you can say this h3 tag, that will be 20 pixels, and give it color of RGB 177, 177, and 177, right, this one, and give it a font family of Poppins, right? Then give it a padding of 10 pixels from top and bottom, and from left and right 0, right? Then just come to this point, right, and give it a font size of 20 pixels. But just copy this much of thing, it will be same, right? Just paste that at this point. Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Just okay. Let me make it perfect. Okay, save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can find this thing, right? Okay, just give it a font weight, okay, so that it will look nice, right? I think we should give it a font weight, right? So font weight of normal, right? So I'm using multi-cursor, using control and your mouse clicks, you can just create multiple cursors, right? So right here font weight will be normal. Save this messaging, go to the browser and refresh it, and you are going to find this, right? So this is quite awesome, right? You can see this. Okay, now after doing this, right, you can say you can say this button at this point. So we're going to create this button, right? So now just go to the browser, go to the slide.js, and just go to the setup, right? Go down, scroll down, and this structure, this is controls, and we are going to create the arrows. You can see this, you can find, you're going to find this. Just copy this much of thing, right? And just go to the VS Code, okay? And you can say after this div, right? After this UL we have a div, and after this div just paste that, right? And just copy this much of thing. Okay, just copy this much. Okay, select this, and just copy, just being selecting and just making it so that it will look good, right? Okay. I think we have done something wrong. It's right. Let me see. Just remove this line, right? This much of thing. Okay, we need only this much of thing, right? So just do this like this. Okay, adding a comment, that is arrows, right? Okay, now you have to just keep in mind that inside this glide class, okay, inside this div, this arrow div should be placed, right? So you can see this thing, right? Okay, now here you're going to find this, you can say this pre, this next. Just change this to fa dash angle dash left, hit enter, and just make this FAS, right? And just copy this and just paste that at this point. Save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser and refresh it, and you can find, you can say this buttons at this point. Okay, we have several buttons at this point. Let's see what's going to be wrong at this point. So we have only one button added at this point. Yeah, we don't have the closing tag at this point, so just close this at this point. Now save this much, go to the browser, refresh it, and you're going to find these two buttons, right? And just make this, you can say this left to right, right? Save this much, go to the browser, refresh it. Okay, just refresh that, and you can find this. When I click on this, you can say it's closed like this. So this is quite awesome. Now we are going to style, you can see these buttons, right? So okay, just go to the base HTML file, and again just split it, right? Okay, now right here, just right here button. Okay, button. Just select the button, and right here border to be none, and just use the exclamation right here important, right? So now save this, now go to the browser, and you are going to find this, right? You can see the borders has been removed, right? Now we're just going to increase their size. So I'm just going to target, you can say this icons, right? So right here button, inside the button we have dot glide dash arrow, not dash, it is underscore, right? Underscore arrow, right? It is you can say this one, okay, this class, glide underscore arrow. And just keep in mind there should not be any type of space between the button and this class, right? Okay, now inside that we have an, you can say this icon, right? And just give it a font size of, let's say 40 pixels. Save this picture, go to the browser and refresh that, and you can find this. Awesome, right? Okay, now go back to the VS Code. Now we are going to add a gradient, right? So if you go to this page, you can find we have a you can say a gradient at this middle, right? You can say this shadow at this point, it is somehow dark at this point, right? So this is because of the gradient, right? Okay, so let's add that gradient, right? So just go to the VS Code, and you can see after this div, just minimize this div, you can say this glide one, right? And just okay, just not the glide one. Where is that? Just minimize this div, right? This left banner and this right banner, right? And after this div, right, at this point, create one more div, right? Just look it at carefully, right? Just look it carefully at this point, right? I'm just going to create another div with a class of gradient, right? So right here gradient, right? Hit enter, right? Just save this much. I think we are not going to add anything inside this, right? Now go to this, you can say this styling part, and just copy this much of thing, this container part. After this, paste that at this point, and inside the container we have dot gradient, right? Give it let's say width of let's say 10%. Give it a height of let's say 100 VH. Give it a position of absolute. Give it left, okay, left, over here left of let's say 41%. give it transform translate minus 41%, right? And after that, right here background, okay, and the background will be just copying it from my source code, because I just copied that background from the Hotstar website, right? So just paste at this point, and you can just copy this, right? Or you can just write it at this point, right? Linear gradient to right, give a comma right here, hashtag 030 capital B17, give a comma right here, RGBA 00000, right? And just like this. Now save this much of thing, go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can find this, right? Right at this point. Okay, so now I'm just going to make it responsive, right? So just right click at this point. Okay, and you can see this looks really weird, right? So we're going to fix this, right? So just do the VS code, and after this add the media query @media, okay, just right here media, and right here only, then screen, and give it a max slash width of, let's say 1350, that is 1350 pixels, right? And inside this I'm just going to, I can say I'm just going to select, you can say this left banner text, right? So just I'm going to copy this much of thing from at this point, paste that at this point, right, and make it display to none, right? Now save this much of thing, go to the browser and refresh that, and you can see this thing. Now we have to make it, we'll just fix this image, right? So after that, just paste it one more time, and just change this left banner to right dash banner dash image, right? And inside this, just give it a width of 100%, right? And just save this bunch of thing, and just go to the browser. Now just refresh it, and you can find this, right? Okay, now we have to fix the position of this, you can say this angles, right? And okay, we have also, okay, we have just done something wrong at this point. Okay, I know what is going to be wrong. You can say we have selected all this border, you can say we have just selected this. So let's fix that also, right? So just to go to the VS code, and at this point, not after this, at this point, just right here button, right? Button dot glide slide, not glide slide, it is glide arrow. Okay, arrow, just right like this. Okay, it is arrow. Okay, and inside that, this button dot glide arrow, inside that we have you can say the icons. I'm just going to add a font size to them, font size of 20 pixels, right? And after that, I'm just going to, you can say okay, just remove the space right here, button. Okay, I will write here button. What is just going to be wrong at this point? Right here button, then right here dot glide, okay, dot glide underscore arrow, right? Give it here dash left, that is, I'm just selecting, you can say this, you can say this class, right? Okay, right here I just give it a position, relative, okay, relative, and just give it from right, not from right, just give it from left of, let's say, minus 20 pixels, right? I just copy this one more time, change this left to right, and this left to also right. Okay, now after that, I'm just going to, you can say select, you can say the gradient, right? So just go above and just copy this gradient, and just making this also a display to. Now paste at this point right here, display none. Save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can find this. We have fixed this one. Now at this point you can say this has been looking very weird, right? You can say how this has been distorted, right? So let's see what is going wrong with that. Okay, we can fix that using inline CSS, right? So there is no more problem with that. So just go to the base.html. At this point you're going to find where is that? Okay, we are going to fix that using media queries, right? So at this point click on this and go to the, you can say nav-media.css. Let me see where it is just coming like that. Okay, I don't know why it is coming like that. Okay, let me just see if I just comment everything of this, save this one, go to the browser and refresh it. Okay, there is no problem with this. Save this much, I think, go to the browser, refresh it again, and okay, we are just finding that, just cancel it out. Right, just go to this nav.media.css, right? Just copy all of the CSS, just go to the base.html, and just after you can see this, just paste everything. Now save this message, go to the browser and refresh that, and you can see everything is fixed. So this is because you can say the nav-media.css was not loaded perfectly. This is some of the glitches which you are going to find in Django. So just what you have to do is just remove this, just delete that CSS file and just create another CSS file, right here, a new file, make it as banner-cars and -media, right, .css. Hit enter, go to this base.html file and just copy all of the CSS, right? At this point, right, just copy all of this, zip this page and just go to this, paste at this point. Okay, paste that. Okay, just go to this point, copy this. Okay, save this thing, go to this point, paste that, right? Right click on this format document and save this much of thing. Go to the base.html file, right? And just remove this much of thing also. Just remove these things, right? Save this much of thing, right? Okay, now go to the base.html file and at this point just remove this nav right here, banner-cars -media.css. Save this much of thing and just go to the browser, refresh it, and you can, okay, you can find this is not still working, right? This is still not working. So what we are going to do to fix this is just go below, right, and you can see this hashtag, this, just copy all of the CSS, remove this from at this point, save this much of thing, go to the base.html file, just paste it at this style tag, right? Save this much of thing. Now go to the browser, refresh that, and it will fix, it should fix that. Okay, we have to do one more thing, that is, this is because of the glitch that we are finding due to Django. So just remove, you can say this style tag at this point, save this much of thing. Now create another CSS file that will be banner-cars.css. Hit enter, just go to this banner.cars, this media, just copy all of this, right? Just remove this, just save this one, just go to the banner-cars.css, paste it at this point. Now just right click, just click on this format document, then just save this kind of thing, just close this one, go to this and just replicate this, and instead of, you can say this right here, banner-cars.css. Save this one, go to the browser, refresh it, and still we are not finding that. Now that is because of the glitch that we are finding due to Django. Okay, let me see that. Okay, This is this. Let's remove this. Just go and delete that. This is banner dash media. Oh, just Ctrl Z. Okay, just remove this one. And inside this we are going to find all of these things, right? Media on the screen, save this new thing. So this is banner dash cards, right? We have banner dash cards for CSS, right? Okay, that is loading perfectly. Now we have this, you can see this thing. You can see these things. While searching for everything, just press tab. One more time. Save this whole thing. Just go to the browser, refresh that, and this should be fixed. Okay. Click on this iPhone X. Okay, it is fixed, right? You can click on this. Okay, everything is working. So finally we have fixed that. So we are not going to add a CSS file to this. You can see this sort of thing will be at this point, right? So because due to the glitch of the, you can say, the Django, we cannot create a CSS file for this, right? So I just you can say I just found this type of glitch many times, so I know this how to just fix that, right? It actually did not serve this HTML, you can say this CSS files perfectly, right? It gets stuck at this point, right? Okay, now what we have done, let me just tell you. We have done nothing. We have done only one thing, that is we have copied, you can say, whatever the CSS just we have written, that is about the, you can say, this home.html, that is about these cards. I've just copied all the CSS and pasted it at this point, right? Okay, and the CSS which we have written for the media queries, right? For, you can say, for the navigation, even for this navigation, right? In the media queries, right? So the for the you can say for all these navigations, I just copied all of the, you can say, just copied all of the CSS from, you can say, the nav-media .css, right? That we have created. I deleted that file, right? Okay, I just deleted the file and I just copied all the CSS to this point, okay, inside the style tag, so that it will work perfectly. Okay, now we are just going to create, you can say, the database. So let's move to the, you can say, this models.py. You can say inside the home app we have this models.py. So we are going to just create the models. So right here, class, the model name will be banner, okay, banner cards, right? Give the parentheses inside this right here, model, models.model, right? Give the colon and just hit enter. Now inside this, right, inside at this point, I'm just going to create the model. So for that I need one, that is title, right? I need a title field. This will be right here, models dot, that is char field, right? And inside this right here, max underscore length equals to 200, right? Just duplicate this and just change the style to category, then just make this 200 to 100, okay, change this to content, okay, and change, you can say, the char field of this to text field, right? And just remove this max length, right? After that we have image URL. So right here, image URL, right? And this will be, let's say, 2000, because it will be a link. So link can be, or not 2000, we'll make it 1000, it will be enough, right? And after that we have a target URL, okay, target URL, okay, and just change this, you can say, this to 1000, right? Okay, and after this, right here, def underscore str, and just hit enter, and you can find this underscore str underscore self. Then you can see this return self dot name. Just make this name as title, just change that to title, right? Okay, save this method thing. Now we have to register, you can say, this you can say this model, right? So just open this admin.py, right? At this point right here, admin dot site dot register, and just paste that at this point. And we have to import this banner cards right here from dot models import banner cards, right? Save this message, right? Now open the terminal, okay, and at this point just press Ctrl C, just close. You can just exit the server, and after the right here python manage.py make migrations, okay, just right here make migrations, hit enter. So it will migrate, you can say, all these models, right? And then right here python manage.py migrate, hit enter, and it will be successfully migrated, right? After that I'm just going to create the super user. So right here python manage.py create super user, hit enter, right? And the username, okay, just writing here admin, hit enter. Okay, I'm just not specifying an email, here hit enter. Just give the password whatever you want, right? So I'm just making it a secret, right? Okay, hit enter, and I have to write the password again. Hit enter, right? Now it has been successfully created. Now just run the server again, right? Hit enter, python manage.py run server, right? Now just go to the browser, refresh it, okay. Now just going to just close, you can see these things. I'm just going to write here 127/admin/ right, hit enter. I'm just opening the admin panel, right? Okay, I'm just logging in, and you're going to find this. So you're going to find this banner cards at this point. You can see this, click on this, right? And you can see there is no banner cards at this point. Just click on this, add banner cards, right? And give the title. Let's say the first one will be Mulan. Category is action.2020. Now just content, I need the content, just pasting the content, you can say, from the database of my old, that is of this database, right? You can just copy these things, right? Okay, paste that. Image URL, so pasting the image URL at this point, paste this. And target URL, you can just find, you can say, all these things from the actual website of Hotstar. Use the devtools, just click on right click, just copy the link address, copy the image URL, use the devtools, right? And just copying this, also pasting that at this point, right? And then just pressing this save, right? I just created, I can say, a card at this point, right? Now I'm just going to create another, okay. Now you can say this will be, let's say, Frozen, right? So just right here Frozen, then right here musical 2013.g, like this, right? Content will be this, then image URL, copy that from this, I'm just copying that, right? Paste that. Target URL, paste that at this point, right? Now save this one. Now in a similar way you have to create, you can see you have to add 6 you can say 6 cards, right? So I have 6 cards at this point, right? You can say in this, so you have to add 6 cards, right? You can see these things. So I'm just adding that and just fast forwarding the video. Now I just finally added the cards to this, right? So just go to the, you can say the website, and just go to the VS Code and just close this models and this settlement.py. Now what I do is just go to the views.py and here import that is from dot models, that is from dot, okay, from dot models import banner cards, right? Okay, import, okay, right here import banner cards, right? Now you can say inside, you can say this function, that is this home function, right? This home. So right here banner cards equals to banner cards dot objects dot, right, all. Okay, I'm just fetching all the objects, and then right here context equals to, just you create a dictionary. Right here just use the quotes. I'm just creating a string. Right here banner cards, right, and right here banner cards. That is, I'm just adding this to this one, right? I'll just give a comma at this point. Now just pass the context at this point, right here context, right? Now save this. Now just go to the home.html file, and you can say before this li tag, right, at this point, right here for, and inside at this point right here let's say card, and right here banner cards, right? So for card and banner cards, and just remove this and for, and just paste that after this li tag, right, at this point. Okay, now then just remove this haze inside this anchor tag, and right here just use the double curly braces, and right here card dot target, okay, target URL, right, and just change this Mulan to right here card dot title, right, just like this. Okay, now just change this to, and this to, and this one also, right, use the double curly braces right here card, right here dot, okay, dot, and here right here category, right here just right here content. Okay, now okay, content, and at this point right here image URL, right? So this should be same as that of the models. Just go to the models and see the exact spelling, right, or you're going to just get some error, right? So just get the exact spelling. Okay, now just save this. After this, go to the browser at this point and just refresh it, and you can see this, we got the cards at this point. So this is quite awesome. Yeah, so we have created the cards, right, and it's fully responsive. Just right click at this point, click on this inspect, and you can see this it is fully responsive, right? You can click on this, you can just click on these things, you can click on this, right? Now we are going to create, you can say okay, just refresh that, right? Everything is working. Okay, now you can see, now we are going to create, you can say, okay, now we are going to create, you can say, these cards. You can say this, you can see these cards, you can see the video backgrounds that is playing behind these cards, right? You can see these things, right? This looks right awesome, right? So before that, I want to just do one thing, that is just minimize this, right? Just maximize this. Okay, I want to give some letter spacings between this. Okay, not letter spacings, it is line height, right? So I just want to give some line height at this point, right? So go to the VS Code and just go to the paragraph at this point, and right here style equals to, and give it a line dash height, right, and just give it 30 pixels, give the semicolon, save this. Now go to the browser and just refresh this. Okay, let's increase that to, let's say, 50 pixels. Save this, go to the browser, refresh that. Okay, it is quite large, right? So make it as 40 pixels. Save this. Now go to browser, refresh that. Yeah, now it looks nice, right? Now you can see these things, right? Okay, now we are going to create those cards, right? So let's create these cards. Okay, so just go to the VS Code, right, and just right after this div, right after this div, I'm just going to create those cards. I'm just adding a comment at this point, that is Disney plus cards, right? and at this point I'm just going to create a div with a class of thumbnail, right? Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to create an anchor tag, and for right now let's say I'm just copying the link from the, you can say from my source code, right? That is this anchor tag, right? And inside this anchor tag, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a class to this anchor tag, that is class of box, right? Just make this Django HTML to HTML first. Okay. Now another thing I want to do is I want to set the target to let's say is underscore blank, and I want to do the same at the above, right? Okay, copy that and just come to this point, right? At this point, and add that at this point. Okay, just like that. Save this. Now after that, inside this anchor tag, what I want to do is I want to just create an img tag, and the image source I'm just copying the link from the source code, right? So you can just go and copy the link from the source code itself, right? And the source code, you can find the source code from my GitHub link. I'll provide the link in the description below, right? Just paste that. Okay, just remove this one extra X class that is code, right? And then after this, just right here video, and inside the video I'm just going to, you can say add the source, but the source will be in our static directory, right? So let's first create a video directory. So just go to the, you can say this point. Okay, now click on this static. Just let me zoom this so that you can just see it clearly, right? Like just open this static. Okay, let me zoom that. Okay, right click at this point, create a new folder. Okay, and name it as videos, right? Hit enter, and inside the I'm just pasting, you can say the videos which I have right with me. That is these videos, right? Okay. Now after doing this, just after doing this much of thing, what you can do is just go to the VS Code at this point, and inside this source you have to just specify the source. So the source will be give the curly braces right here, static, just give the percentile symbol, right? Okay, just remove this and just give that at this point, right? And right here okay, just like this. Okay, now it's looking nice. Okay, now at this point right here, videos slash the first video will be like C. Where is the static folder? Just close this one. Here is the static folder, and here we have the videos, right? So first one will be the disney.mp4 right here, disney.mp4, right? And just okay, and after at this point right here there is autoplay, then right here loop, then right here preload to auto, right? Now just save this much of thing, just go to the browser. Okay, just go to the browser and refresh this. We are getting something error at this point. Let's see. So we have just an extra space at this point. Just remove this extra space, save this one, go to the browser, refresh that. Okay, we are not finding that static, unexpected, and block. So what we can do is to just okay, one thing we can do, that is just remove this much of thing, give the equal to sign, and just remove this much of thing, right? Just remove this extra, right? Just make it like this, and at this point right here slash, give here static. Okay, static, just like this. So if right here static slash video slash disney.mp4, it will also work. So just save this much of thing, just go to the browser. Okay, just go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can find we got, you can say, the video. Now when you just refresh at this point, you can see the video will not work. So this is actually a glitch by Django, but that does not matter, right? So just what you can do is just click on at this point, right? You can see this logo, right? Click on this, it will just refresh the page and it will work. I don't know what happens, but this works, right? Okay, now after this you go to the VS Code, and now what we have to do is we have to just copy it several times, right? So just give extra space at this point, just let's say add a comment just like this, right? And just copy these things, okay, 5 times. That means this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, right? We need 5 times. Now just going to add the links to that. So this is one of the link. So where is that? Okay, just change this, paste that. You can say everything is same, but we have to just change. You can say this Disney to this Pixar, and this Disney will be Marvel, right? And okay, Marvel, right? And this will be Star Wars, Star dash Wars, right? And this will be that is Net Geo, right? Now after that we need to specify, you can say that is this, we have to just change the image links, right? So just go to the, you can say, source code and just copying the image right from the source code. So I'm just fast forwarding the video and just changing the links, right? You can just copy these links from the you can say the source code, right? Okay, finally I've done, you can say I have added, you can say, this images, right? Now what I have to do is just change these videos, right? So again I'm just fast forwarding the video and just changing, you can say, this videos, just you can just naming this, okay? So now I've just done, you can say I've just changed all the this video, right? Video direct links, right? So just save this and just go to the browser and just refresh that, and you can see we got all the, you can say, videos, and you can see these images. Now we need to style this. Okay, so let's go back to the VS Code, right? And just go to the base.html file, right, at this point, and just change, okay, it is actually at HTML, right? Just make it as HTML, right? And after this, right, at this point, and I'm just going to write here has home, right? And inside that home we have that created the, you can say, the div with a class of thumbnail, right? Okay, and I want the width to be 100%. I want the display to be flex. I want justify content to be center, align items to be center, and I want a padding, okay, padding of 20 pixels from top and bottom, and 90 pixels from left and right, right? And just copy this line and paste it at this point, right? And right here inside the thumbnail we have dot box, right? And inside this box, what I'm going to write here, I'm just adding the position to be relative. I want, you can say, the width to be 200%. I want, you can say, height, okay, height to be 100%. I want, you can say, overflow to be hidden. I want border radius, okay, border radius, okay, I want the border radius, right, to be 10 pixels. I want margin of 20 pixels, right? Okay, after that just paste it after this, okay, just copy this much of line, right, paste that, and right here img at this point, right, because inside that box we have the image, right? So just give it a position of not position, just right here border radius of 10 pixels, width of 100%, height of 100%, filter, that will be brightness, it will be 1.2, right? Then after that we have the, you can say, the video. So I'm just copying it and just pasting it at the time right here. Video, we have the video tag inside that, right? And I just want the position of this to be absolute. Okay, absolute. I want, you can say it from top 0, from left make it as 0, give it a width of 98% and height of 98%, right? And give the object fit to be cover, right? And give it a border radius, okay, border radius of 10 pixels. Then just give it a z index, right? Z index of -1. Then give it a filter, okay, that filter of brightness, okay, brightness 1.2, right? Now after that, just save this much of thing, just go to the browser, right, and just refresh it, and you can see we got these things, right? Okay, just refresh it again. So let's see the home.html file, right? And we have, okay, we have just missed out the spelling, right? Again, right? Just right here, thumb, thumb, right? Thumbnail. Just save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh the thing, and you can find these things, right? So this is really awesome, right? we are just doing a lot of spelling mistakes, so I'm just really sorry for that, right? Just refresh it one more time. Okay, everything is fine. Now I guess when I hover over this, you can say we are not getting the video. So let's do that. So go to the base.html file, right? Just copy this line, paste that. Okay, just remove this right here. Just remove this. I want, you can say right here, hover. When I just hover over the box, right? When I just hover over the entire box, I want, you can say the video to, let's say I want to just change that z index, right? So right here, video, and when I hover over the box, I want to change the z index of the video to 1, right? Okay, and give it a transform, let's say scale, right, of 1.1, right? Now save this much of thing, okay, and just go to the browser and just refresh that. Now just hover over this, you can see these things, everything working fine, right? Now everything I want to add is just copy this much of thing again, just remove this video from this point, right? And right here, just change this z index to transition, right? Transition of all point, let's say 5 second ease, right? Okay, save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser and just refresh that. Okay, and you can find this. Okay, finally we have created, you can say, these cards, right? Now I want to just add a media queries because I want to make it responsive, right? So click on this inspect element, right, and just, you can say, okay, just refresh it. Okay, click on responsive, and you can see we have this, you can say, cards at this point. So I want when it is at 850 pixels, right? So right here, at the rate media only, okay, only screen and max dash width of let's say 850 pixels. I want, you can say, I want to target, you can say, the has home, and we have the thumbnail, right? And I just want, you can say, just want to make it as flex wrap to be wrap, right? Then I want, you can say, just paste that at this point. Okay, not this, just copy this line, paste that, and right here, dot box, I want, you can say, the width to be 40%. I want the height to be 150 pixels, margin of 20 pixels from all around, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser, refresh it, and you can find these things, right? Okay, now after that, just after this, I'm just copying this much of thing, right? This is this line, just like this, and just making it as, let's say, 650 pixels, right? I just want to add some other things, right? So just copy this much of thing again, right? Paste that at this point. Okay, now what I want is just remove this flex wrap at this point right here, padding, because we have already added, you can see the flex wrap at this point. So I have padding of 30 pixels, right? And then what I want is just make this 40% to 100%, right? And just change this height to 100% and just give the margin to 20 pixels. That will be same, or let's say just reduce this to 10 pixels. That will be look nice, right? That looks nice. Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser, okay, and just refresh it. Now just click on this responsive, click on this iPhone X, and you can see we got, you can say all of these things. When I click on this, you can see it appears on a new tab. Just opens the new tab because we have added the target, that is underscore blank, right? Due to that reason, right? So this is quite awesome. This looks really nice, right? Now just remove this thing, right? Now you can say we are just going to create, you can say these cards, right? So let's do that. So for that, let's go back to the VS Code, right? Okay, now let's go to the home.html file, right, at this. So you can say after this div, I'm just going to adding a just simple comment, that is cards. That I'm just going to create the cards, right? I'm just going to create a div with a class of recommendations, right? Okay, just change the spelling, right? Just correct it right here. OIONS, right? Recommendations, right? Hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to create an anchor tag, right? And for right now, make it as a has, right? Just give it a target equals to underscore blank, right? And at this point right here, let's say recommended for you, right? Recommended, okay, and just make this as capital, right? Recommended for you, just like this. Okay, so just write here one more time, right? Recommended for you, right? And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to this point, right? You can say to at this point, right? This is glide.js, right? I'm just going to use the glide.js again, right? So I'm just doing nothing, just copying these things. You can say this entire div. Okay, just copy this. 1 minute, just let me see. This is an extra div, right, which we don't need. Okay, so just remove this extra div, right? Now after that, just copy, you can say this much of thing, copy this, just go to this point, and after this anchor tag, just paste that thing, right? And just make this glide as glide 2, and add another you can say class to this, as will be glide dash c for common, right? Now I'm just going to, you can say, do some changes. So just change this, just remove those things, right? Okay, and this also, just you can say, I can also remove this one, and I think I don't need any like a paragraph. I just remove this, right? And you can say actually I don't need, you can say okay, I don't need anything. I just, okay, just remove, you can say, everything inside this li tag, right? Just remove these things, okay, or it will just make you confused, right? Okay, and just remove this loop for right now. Okay, we'll be also using database in this, so we'll create for you can say further more models, right? So for right now, just write here an anchor tag, okay, right here his, right? And inside this, you can say, inside this anchor tag, just give it a class of, let's say, card, right? And then just give it a target underscore, okay, target equals to, that will be underscore blank, right? And inside this anchor tag, I'm just going to create a div with a class of, let's say, image dash holder, right? Okay, holder. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to create an img tag. I'm just going to paste, you can say, an image. So that will be, let's say, you can just paste any image, whatever that you like, right? Just pasting the link of that image. This is actually the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right? It is the you can say image of that, right? So you can use the dev tools. Just go to the actual Hotstar website, right click, inspect elements, just you can say find this, you can say image, right? So this much of thing you should do, right? Okay, and after that what I'm going to do is after this div, I'm just going to create another div with a, you can say, class of title dash card, right? Inside this I'm just going to write here h2, and let's say I'm just writing here let's say Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right? Winter Soldier, right? Okay, and after doing this much of thing, you can say, after you can say okay, just do one thing, just select this one, press tab, right? Now it looks nice, right? Okay, now you can say this thing, this is this div, right? Now what you have to do is just save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, okay, and just, you can say, okay, maximize this, right, and just refresh it, right? And here you are going to find, you can say, this, right? Now we are going to just style this, right? So what I'm going to do is just go to the VS Code, right? Go to the base.html, and you can say after this, at this point, right here, right, let's say has home, and right here dot, that is okay, that is dot recommendation, right? Recommendations. Okay, let's check the spelling so that we will not get any type of error further, right? Just copy this, paste that at this point. Okay, okay, and inside this I'm just going to write here, just giving it a width of 100%. okay, width of let's say 100%, and I want some padding of from top and bottom 30 pixels. Okay, padding of 30 pixels from top and bottom, and 100 pixels from left and right, right? Just copy this line, paste that. Okay, just bring at this point, and just write here a, because we have an anchor tag inside that. Give it a padding of 20 pixels from top and bottom, and from left and right 0. Give it a font size, let's say 40 pixels, right? Okay, now inside that I'm just going to write here hover, right? So just copy this line, paste that, right here hover, and give it a, let's say, color. Okay, right here hover, just remove these things, this one also, right here hover, let's like this, give it a color, let's say RGB 58, 58, not 58, make it as 150, right? 150, and then right here 255, right? So after that what I'm going to do is just save this much of thing. Just go to the browser and let's see what is happening. And you can see we got these things, right? When I hover over this, you can see these things, right? Nice. Now we're going to just, I can say, just style this, you can say this card, right? So after this, okay, just paste that, and inside you can say this, you can say this home recommendations, we have dot glide dash c. So let's check that. You can say we have glide dash c, right? So just go to the base.html, and inside that we have dot glide underscore track, right? And inside that we have dot glide underscore it is slides, right? And we have glide slides, right? Dot glide slides, right? Slide, right? Okay, so I want to just give it a width of, let's say, max content, give it a height, okay, give it a height of max content, right? Give it a border radius of let's say 10 pixels, right? And I want, you can say, a background of black, right? I want the position to be, let's say, relative, right? And I want, you can say, transition, okay, transition of all 0.5 seconds is, right? And I want overflow to be hidden, right? Okay, now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it, right? And you can find this, right? Now just come to this point, okay. Okay, now after this you can just copy this line, bring that at this point, right? And right here img, because inside that we have an img, but the img is inside actually the card, right? In the card div, and inside the card div we have, you can say, div with a class of image holder. So right here image dash holder, and inside that we have an image, right? So just to give it, you can say, a width of, let's say, 100%, and just give it, you can say, a object fit to cover, give it you can say a position, object position of, okay, object position, right, of center, right? Now give it also a height of 100%, right? Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you're going to find this, right? You can say it covers the entire part. Now we are just going to, you can say, go to the JavaScript part, right? So go back to the VS Code, right? Now you can say at the bottommost point, right, at this point we have created this script. Now just copy this one more time, right? And at this point just add a comment, let's say cards, right? And just make this glide class to glide 2, right? Now here we have, you can say, the type is carousel, and you can just change this purview to 6, right? And everything will be same, okay? And what I want is just change this purview to 2, right? Now you can say just make this drag threshold to 150, right? And everything will be same. Just save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, right, at this point, and just refresh it, and you can find this. We got, you can see, these cards, right? You can just drag them right like this, okay? Now we are going to create this. So let's go back to the VS Code, right? Just, you can say, go to the, you can say, the CSS part, right, at this point, right? And after this, what I want to do is I want just, you can say, just style the, you can say, that is title card, right? So just copy this line, paste that as point, right? And just remove these things right here, title dash card, right? And inside this I want to just give it a width of 100%, give it a position of, let's say, absolute, and I want, you can say, from left just give it 0, give it from bottom let's say minus 20 pixels, right? Give it a z index of 2, okay, 2, and just give it a background, right? Background of, let's say, it will be a linear gradient, right here, linear, that is linear gradient, and inside this right here to top give a comma, and right here RGBA, give the parenthesis right here 0, 0, 0, 0.5 89, right? And you can just remove this extra 0 at this point, right? Not extra 0, just keep the 0 at this point, right? Okay, now this is okay, perfect, right? And just you can say after this, just give a comma, click on this, just give a comma at this point. And what I want to do is just right here RGB again, and inside this right here 8, 9, 24, 0.89, right? Okay, and just make it as 0, this one and this one also 0. Alright, now save this bit of thing. Now after that, right here visibility to be hidden, right? And then after that what I want to do is just copy this line, paste that after this, right? And after that you can see inside this title card we have an, you can say H2, right? So let's see, we have an H2 or not. Yeah, we have an H2, right? So let's design the H2. So right here give it a font size of 17 pixels, give it a padding of 20 pixels, okay, padding of 20 pixels from top and bottom and 25 pixels from left and right. Give it a font family of, let's say Poppins, right? And give it a font weight of, let's say 600, right? Now after this, just save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it, and you can see now when I want, you can say when I just hover over this, I want, you can say those, you can say those cards that you can say. So after this you can see just paste that card at this point. Now I want, when I just hover over this card, right? So right here hover, right? Then I want to just change, you can say this title card to visibility to, let's say visibility to visible, right? And I want, you can say give it a bottom of 0, give it a padding of 10 pixels, give it a transition, okay, transition of all 0.3 seconds ease, right? Now after that what I want is you can say just copy this much, you can say, or not copy this much, just copy this much of thing, right? Okay, then just paste it after this. So I want to style this, you can see this light slide, that is the li tag, right? So right here hover, and inside that just right here transform, okay, transform, let's say scale to be 1.2, give it a, okay, transition of, okay, transition of let's say all 0.5 second ease, right? Now just save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh that, and you can see when I just hover over this, you can see this you can see these things, right? You can see this Falcon, the winter symbol, right? Now what I want is, okay, let's say if I just make this bottom to top and just save this much of thing, just go to the browser and refresh that, and after that if I hover over this, you can see this, it comes to this top, right? So after that, if I am just correct that, what I want is just give it a padding of 50%, okay, 50% from everywhere. Save this thing, just go to the browser, refresh that, okay, and we are getting like this. So I want 50% from top and bottom, and from left and right I want 0. Save this thing, go to the browser, refresh that, and when I hover over this, you can see these things, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right? Okay, this looks also nice, right? So I think this looks more nice than you can say, what is that, than this, right? So just go back to the VS Code, right? And we are not getting those arrows, right? You can say this type of arrows, okay, we are getting the arrows at this point, we need this arrow to be at this point. So that is going to be pretty much simple. So what I'm going to write is just copy this much of thing, you have to just make the position as absolute, right? give them a position of position of that is relative, not absolute, sorry, right? And give them left to be 0, not left, it is actually margin dash top, and just give it as 10 pixels, not 10, it is 30 pixels, sorry. Save this thing, go to the browser and refresh that, right? Now you can find this arrow at this point, right? You can see these things. Okay, now after that, what I want is, you can say, just to change the position of those arrows, right? So after that, I'm just going to write here has home dot recommendations, we have dot glide dash C, and inside that we have glide dash arrow arrow dash left, it is dash left, and it is actually underscore arrow, right? Okay, I want the position to be absolute. I want from right, not right, make it as left, because we are just dealing with the left arrow, right? 0, and just copy this line and just change you can say this, just make it as home, just remove this W and make it as home, right? E, right? And just change this to right. Now save this much of thing, right? And just go to the browser, okay, and just refresh that, and you can see these arrows at this point, right? Perfectly aligned, right? And it works very fine, right? Okay, now we are going to add some media queries to this. So after this, what I'm going to write is right here @media only screen, right here, and max dash width to be 650 pixels. So right here 650 pixels, right? And inside this, what I'm going to write is right here has home dot has home, then inside that we have dot recommendations, right? And just give it a width of 100% and give it a padding of 30 pixels, okay, padding of 30 pixels, right? Just give it not this, just copy this much of thing, just like this, right here A. And what I want is, I want to change the font size. So right here font size to, let's say, 25 pixels, right? Okay, now after this, just save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it, right? And you can see these things, right? Really awesome. Now just right click and click on this inspect element, right? Okay, and just go below and you can see these things, right? Perfectly working. Now, so just go back to the VS Code, right? And just go to the, you can say this models.py, right? We are just going to create the database, right? So just copy everything from up this side, from this model, just remove this banner from this, right? And just remove this cards from this point, and everything will be same. Let's save this much of thing. Now go to the admin.py, right? Okay, you can find that at this in the inside, you can say this home app, right, at this point. So just you can say import the cards, right here cards, right? And just you can say copy this and just make it as, just remove this banner, right? And just save this much of thing. So you have to do this much of thing, right? And just you can say, just open, you can say the terminal, right here, Control C to exit, you can say the servers, press Control C, you can say CLS, right here Python manage .py make migrations, hit enter, right? And now we are going to migrate, right here migrate, hit enter. Okay, finally we have migrated, right? Now just run the server again, right? Hit enter, just python manage.py run server, right? And just go to the, you can say the browser, right? Now just go to the, you can say this admin panel, right? Just refresh it and you are going to find this cards at this point. So click on this cards, and let's create some cards at this point, right? So let's first create, you can say, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So I'm just pasting that at this, we just paste that at this point. Category will be, you can say, there is Marvel superhero, right? So right here Marvel, give a dot right here, superhero, right? And after that you're going to paste, you can say, the image URL. So just pasting that, and then after that I'm just pasting the target URL, right, at this point. Now you can find this thing and this thing from the actual Hotstar website. I'm just telling you repeatedly, right? Now save this much of thing, right? And in the similar way we are going to create, you can say, more cards, right? Let's say up to 5 or 7 cards, right? So let's create. Now I'm just fast forwarding the video. You have to now just as I have just shown you, you have to just fill out those forms, right? And you have to just create the cards. So you can create as much as cards you want, right? So I'm just fast forwarding the video. Finally I have added 7 cards at this point, you can see. Now just click on this. Now just go to the VS Code. Now we just go to the views.py. Now here we have to import cards, right? And just to replicate this, just remove this banner and this banner from this point, and just replicate this also, right? And after that, at this point, just remove this and just right here, okay, just like this, make it like this. Now save this thing, right? Now we are getting a glitch at this point. You can see we are not getting the cards like this. So we are just getting an indentation error, right? So just give a space at this point. Now save this much of thing, right? Now okay, we have imported the cards, you can see this, and here also we are getting the cards. We just need the cards dot objects dot all. Let's save this kind of thing. Just let's see to the terminal, and let's see everything is working fine, right? Now let's go to the home.html file, right? Okay, now at this point, before this li tag, I'm just going to add, you can say, for loop right here, for, but just you can say just change this HTML to Django HTML first, right? And right here for card in cards, right? Now you can say just remove this and for from at this point, okay, and paste it after this li tag at this point, right? Okay, now you can just change this anchor tag, just has to, let's say, card dot target URL, right? Just change, you can see this image to card, right, dot image URL, right? And you can say this to card dot title. Simple. Now save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, okay, and just you can say refresh it, and you can say just maximize this, right? So let's see what error we are getting. You can see local variable cards reference before assignment. So let's see, just go to the VS Code, go to the views.py, and you can see we are getting something error at this point. Save that. Now you can say we need right here cards equals to cards. Okay, we have to just, you can say we have to just change the spelling, right? So we are actually you just making the C as capitals, that's why we are getting that error, right? Cards dot objects dot all, right? Okay, now just change this C to small, right, and this also to small. Now save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, okay, and just refresh it, and we are not getting this still right now. Let's see. Okay, we have to just change it in the home.html. Just go to the home.html and just change, you can say, this cards. Where is that? This for loop, just make it as small. Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh this, right? Okay, it is actually stuck, so just close this one and just open it and in another tab, right? Hit enter and we got these things. Just click on this again. Yeah, we're getting this, and you can see we are successfully getting, you can say, these cards, right? Okay, now you can click on this, it will just slide right like this. Now just go to the VS Code again, right, and just minimize this card and just copy this one more time, right like this. Okay, now open this. Now just change this recommended to hit movies, right? Now okay, just make it as movies. Save this thing, go to the browser, refresh that, and you can find these things. Okay, now we have to fix this thing, right? So just go to the VS Code and just make this 2 as 3, right? Now just go to the base.html file, go to this bottom, right? Okay, and you can say we have to just copy this much of thing, right? And just change this 2 to 3, right? Now save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, right, and just refresh it, and you can see this, we have successfully got this, right? So finally we have created the cards, you can say this one and this one also. Now we are going to create the footer. Okay, now we are going to create the footer. So let's go back to the VS Code, right? And after this you can say block body, we are going to create the footer. So right here footer, and inside the footer I'm just going to add a paragraph tag, and in this I'm just going to write here Disney plus clone, right? Or you can just write here Disney plus, okay, just remove this space, right here Disney plus Hotstar, right, clone. So just write the spelling correctly, right, just like this. Okay, now after that, right here I'm just adding another paragraph tag, and inside this I'm just writing here the copyright message, right here, and copy, give a semicolon, right? Okay, make it as copy, right? And after that, just at this point right here 2021, and here right here all rights, okay, reserved. Okay, now after that I'm just going to create another paragraph tag, right? And inside this I'm just going to add an anchor tag, and at this point I'm just, you can say, just adding the link of my YouTube channel. So just pasting it at this point, just like this. Okay, and at this point I'm just writing here screen technicals, right? Okay, now just save this much of thing. Now let's go to the browser, just refresh it, and you can see this, footer at this point. Now we are going to just style the footer, right? So let's go back to the VS Code. Okay, go to at this point, you can see after, you can see this, go to the style tab, and at this point I'm going to write here footer. Okay, footer, and I'm just giving it a width of 100%, display with, okay, width of 100%, display to be flex, justify content to be space around, and I want, you can say, align items to be center, text align to be center, background will be black, and I want, you can say, padding of 30 pixels from all around, and I want, let's say, the flex ref, right, to be wrapped, right? So just save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, refresh it, okay, and you can find this, you can say, you can find this footer at this point, and this looks really nice. If you go to the footer of this, you can see the color just like this, but I think this looks really nice than that, right? Okay, I just missed out the spelling of the screen, right? So where is that? Yeah, make it as screen. You can just place your link if you have any website, or you can say if you have any channel, right? Okay, now save this. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh it again. and you can see these things, right? Now if I want, I can add a hover effect, right? But I think this is pretty much nice, so I'm not going to add any type of hover effect, right? Okay, now we are just going to create, you can say, the search part, right? So you can say at the templates, right at this point inside, you can say this home, just right click at this point, create a new file and name it as search.html, right? Hit enter. Okay, and right here extend base.html. okay, save this much of thing and add one more thing, that is there is a block, right? And the block will be title. Okay, and right here let's say search. Okay, and after that I'm just going to add, you can say, the another block, right? And this will be body, right? And inside this I'm just going to, you can say, add a section, right? And I'm just going to give it a ID of search, right? And inside this I'm just going to create a h1, and I'm going to write here showing results. Okay, results, let's say showing results for give it a span element at this point, and right here query, right? So we are going to display the query at this point, right? So we will get the query from the backend, right? So just make this for this r as small, and right here all, right? Okay, after this I'm just going to create a div with a class of cards dash results. Okay, hit enter, and inside this I'm just going to you can say creating a, just you can say, an anchor tag, right? For right now just making it as has, right? Now inside the anchor tag I'm just going to you can say just going to give an image, right? So I'm just pasting the link at this point, right? And after, you can say, this image, I'm just going to add an h2 tag, right? And inside this I'm just going to write here the card title. So for right now I'm just writing here title simply. We will just replace that using you can say we will just replace that when we just get the data from the database, right? Okay, now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it, right? And at this point right here /search and hit enter. Okay, we have not created the endpoint, so let's go back to the VS Code, go to the views.py, right? And we are going to create that, right? So right here dev search, inside that we are going to pass request, right? And inside this I'm just going to return, okay, return render. You can see there is the first parameter will be request, give a comma, right here home /search .html, right? This is the thing. Now save this. Now go to the urls.py, right, of the home, right? urls.py of the home. Just replicate this. Just change this and this to search, right? And at this point right here search / right? Now save this much of thing. Just go to the browser and just refresh it. Just reload, okay, and you are going to find this, right? Now we are going to fix this, right? You can say this footer to this point and everything, right? This card also, right? So let's go back to the VS Code, go to the base.html, right? And after this you can say inside the style tag at this point I'm just writing here search, okay, I'm just giving it a width of, let's say, 100%, margin top of 100 pixels, giving it a min height, okay, of 100 vh, so it will just push, you can say, the footer to the bottom, right? Okay, now save this much of thing, go to the browser, okay, to this point. Now just refresh it, okay, from at this point, and you can see the footer is at this point, right? Okay, now after that just go to the VS Code, right? And after that here has search. Inside that we have an h1 and just giving it a padding, okay, right here search, right? So just give the hashtag, right? So I'm just going to add a padding of, let's say, 30 pixels from top and bottom and 60 pixels from left and right. Okay, just giving it a color of, let's say, RGB. That will be 177, 177 and 177, just this one, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it, and you are going to find this, right? Okay, after that I'm just going to, you can say, just copy this line, pasting at this point, and inside you can say the h1 we have a span element, and what I want is, okay, span, right here, span, right? And inside this I'm just going to write here font style, okay, font style will be italic, and I want a font family of, let's say, Poppins. So right here Poppins, right? And inside that I'm going to write here at this point, it is font weight will be normal. Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this thing, right? Now go back to the VS Code, and after this right here has search. Now we are just going to, you can say, style the cart, right? So inside this search we have dot carts dash results, right? Okay, and I'm going to write, giving it a width of 100%. Display will be flex, right? Justify content to be center, align, okay, not center, just make it as let's say space around, align items will be center, then giving it a padding of 30 pixels and 60 pixels, right? Then I'm giving it a flex wrap of okay, flex wrap of wrap, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this thing, right? Now after that just copy this line, okay, and inside you can say the cards results, right? We have an anchor tag, right? And what I want is, I want to just give it a width of max content, right? And giving it a, you can say, overflow, there is overflow to hidden, giving it a height of, let's say height of max content, right? And one thing I want to change, okay, at this point you can find this image. It is actually the banner image of, you can say, of the website itself, right? You can see this banner image at this point also. This is the image, right? So I don't want this image, I want the image of these cards. So let's just let me paste the image of the cards, right? So so just go to the VS Code, right? Go to the search.html and just change this to this, right? Save this. Now you can see, just go to the bit.html, just save this one also. Just go to the browser, go to this point and just refresh it, right? And you can find this, right? So this is quite awesome. Okay, now let's go back to the VS Code, right? And after this you can say, inside the anchor tag, okay, just copy this line. You can say, inside the anchor tag we have an img. I want the width to be 100%. I want the height to be 100%, and what I want is, I want object fit to be cover, right? Okay, so object fit is cover, right? And after this what I want is, I want just pasting that at this point, and inside you can see this we have an h2 also. So I want the position to be absolute. I want top to be let's say 100%, and I want left to be 0. I want it a width of 100%, and I want, you can say, a height of 100%, and I want a background of, let's say, RGBA okay, 0, 0, 0, 0.63, right? And what I want is I want the display to be flex. Okay, I want padding to be 5 pixels, and I want justify content to be center, align items to be center, okay, center, and I want, you can say, text align to be center. I want visibility to be hidden, and I want, you can say, a transition of all point, let's say 5 second ease. Okay, 5 second ease. Okay, now save this much of thing, and after, you can see this, I'm just going to copy this line again, right, and pasting that after this, right, at this point, and I'm just writing here at this anchor tag, that is hover, right? And when I just hover over the, you can say, the anchor tag, I want you can see the visibility of the h2 tag to be visible, right? And what I want is I want it to be top to be 0, and transition of all 0.5 second is, right? Now save this much of thing. Now just go to the, you can say, just browser and just refresh it, right? Hey, okay, now one thing we want, there is a position of relative. So okay, this is position absolute, and where is that anchor tag? So one thing I want at this point, that is after this overflow, and I want the position, right, to be relative. Okay, and I want, you can say, a margin of, okay, margin of 30 pixels from all around, right? Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this thing, right? It looks really nice, right? Now we are just going to the, you can say, the views.py right now. Okay, and before going to the views.py, just go to the, you can say, the base.html, right? And just go to the search bar. So you can say at this header we have a search bar. So just go down, and here we are going to find, you can say, this input. So just you can say you need these two things, that is name equals to query and ID should be query. So this is mandatory, right? This is very important, right? Okay, now you can say this form, we have this action, so the action will be /search and /, right? Okay, and the method is get, right, obviously. So now save this much of thing. Now just go to this mobile navigation bar, and not mobile navigation bar, that is search box. We need to go to the search box. So just go to the mobile search box, just open this, and where is that input, right? Okay, you should also keep in mind that this should be also same, that is query and query, right? Now just change this as to /search/, right? Now after doing this much of thing, just save this, right? Now just go to, you can say, the views.py at this point, right? At this point, what I want to just fetch the query, right? So right here, query equals to request, right? Request dot get, right? Is actually we are just accepting a get method right here, query. Okay, so this is actually the name that we have given, right? Okay, now after this, what I want is, so to search, we have, you can say, in Django we have an attribute that is I contain, so we will be using that right here. Title equals to cards dot objects, right? Okay, objects, okay, this cards, right? Make it as cards dot objects dot filter, and at this point right here, title underscore I contains. Just remember that is there are two, you can say, underscores, right? So I contains, this is equals to query. Okay, query. Okay, now just copy this one more time, and just change this to category, right? Okay, category, right? And just change this to also, you can say this much of part, this title, okay, to category. Okay, now after doing this, we are just going to union this two, right? So I'm just going to write here, let's say all cards equals to title dot union, and it will be category, right? Now just save this much of thing. Now I want, you can say, a context at this point, right here, context, right, equals to, it will be a dictionary obviously. So right here all, okay, just right here give the code and write here all cards, okay, cards, right, and it will be all cards, right, give a comma, and I want to also fetch the query. So right here query, okay, query, and the query will be query, simple. Now save this much of thing. Okay, after this just go to the search.html. Now I'm just going to use a for loop at this point. So I'm just using the for loop, you can say before this anchor tag, right? So I'm just going to write here a for loop, right? So I'm writing here for, okay, for, hit enter, and here I'm just writing here let's say card in all cards, okay, just like this, and just removing, you can say this and for, and just pasting that after this anchor tag, right, at this point. Now at this point I'm just going to write here that is card dot, you can say this card dot target URL, and just change this to okay, this much, to card dot image URL, right, and this to card, okay, just like this, card dot title, right? Okay, now you can say just change this query, just put this query inside, you can say this, right, and just give you can say this quotes, right, so that it will look nice, right? Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just click on this, right? Now after that, at this point just search for Mulan, and let's say search for this, and we are not getting the query. Now let's see what is just going to be wrong at this point. Okay, we are not getting that because just go to the views.py, and at this point you can say we have just done the spelling mistake. So make it as cards, okay, all cards. So it is actually all cards. So just make this also as cards. Okay, now it is perfect. Now save this one, just go to the browser, okay, and just, you can say, just click on this, and now search for Mulan, right, and search for that. Still now we're not getting that. Let's see what is going to be wrong with that. So you can say, okay, we have not passed the context at this point, so right, we have to just pass the context. Okay, so save this one, just go to the browser right now and just refresh it, and okay, it's taking time. Okay, now you can find this, right? So it was actually taking time to some time. Okay, so okay, it was actually taking some time to reload, right? And we have done some mistakes, so let me tell you the mistakes. So you the spelling is like just like this, all cards, and I just you can say corrected the spelling at this point, and I have not passed the context. I will just pass the context. Now you can find this, we are successfully find this, right? Now when I click on this, you can say it will just open you, it will just take you to the actual you can say Hotstar page. So one thing we are just going to add at this point, that is what is that, search.html, right? At this point right, on the anchor tag, right, I'm just going to add an attribute that is target equals to underscore blank, right? Now save this much of thing, go to the browser, refresh it again, and when I click on this, you can see it opens in another tab, right? So quite awesome. So finally we have, you can say created you can say the search bar, right? If I search for, let's say simply A and hit enter, now you can see these things, we are getting these things, right? The cards which contains A. And if I search for, you can see this is for category, let's say I just want to search for Marvel and hit enter, you can see you can just click on the search Now you can see this, there are 3 cards. Okay, you can see these things, which are actually Marvel superheroes, right? Okay, now we are going to do, you can say, the authentication part, that is the Google authentication. So for that we will be using the, you can say, Google developer API, and it is Google API console, right? And we will be using Django Auth, right? So first let's search for Django Auth, hit enter, and just click on this link, right? And right here you can find this, you can see we have to install the Auth, right? So let's first install that. Just copy this, just open the terminal, right? At this point press Ctrl C, CLS, paste that, hit enter. Now it will just install the Django Auth package to, you can say, your virtual environment, right? Okay, finally it has been installed, right? Now CLS, just run the terminal, you can see, just run the server again, and after that, so you can see these templates, right? At this point you can see this thing, so it is already added, you can say, to the settings.py. You can say at the project folder you can find the settings.py. Just open this, and at this point you can see it is already added, so it is by default added, right? And just check that if it is not added, just add that at this point, right? Now go to the browser, and you can see this authentication button. Just copy this everything, go to the VS Code, and you can say after the database, where is the database? After this, at this point, right? Just paste that. Okay, now save this. Now just go to the browser again, and after that you can see we have this installed apps. Here you are going to find, you can say, these are the settings, right? So these two are already, you can say, these are already in the, you can say, the settings.py file that is inside this installed apps, right? But we have to add these 3 things. Okay, this much of thing, right? These 4 things. Just copy this much of thing, go to the VS Code, go to the installed apps, right? Where is the installed apps? It is at this point. Just, okay, not this middleware, where is it? After this, right? Paste that. Okay, just remove this extra space, right? Now you can say already we have the messages and this auth already, right? So we have just add this much of thing, right? Now save this much of thing. After that, you can say, after this, you can say installed apps, we have site ID, right? So just, okay, go below, you can see this, just copy the site ID, paste that after this installed apps, right? Now as we are using Google authentication, so for that we are going to use one more thing, that is Google social account.providers.google, right? We are going to add one more thing to the, you can say, installed apps. So just search for there is Google at this point, and just click on this. You can find this all of the social account.providers.google. Just copy this, right, and paste this to, you can say, the installed apps at this point, right? Now save this much of thing, right? Okay, now after doing this much of thing, just go to the urls.py file. But before that, let's see we are getting some error or not. Okay, we are getting some errors, right? Just, you can say, just remove these 3 lines. Okay, and you can say just remove this also and this also, and now everything is all good, right? Now let's open the terminal and see. Okay, everything is working. Okay, our server has been crashed, so just write here CLS, just run the server again. Okay, and after that just go to the, you can say, urls.py of the project folder, right? So click on this. Okay, now at this point you can see after this we have to include one more thing, that is right here path, and inside this just give a blank. Right here include inside this right here, that is all auth, right, dot urls, right? This is all auth dot urls, and inside you can see this, you can say at this point right here accounts slash, right? Okay, now after doing this much of thing, just save this much of thing. Now just open the, you can say, terminal, press Ctrl C, right, CLS. Now we have to migrate, right, and we have to do some migrations and migrate, right? So right here python manage.py, okay, manage, okay, just give a space at this point. Okay, python manage.py make migrations and enter. Okay, now it will do some migrations, and then right here migrate, hit enter. Now you can see it has been completed. Now just run the server again, right, and just go to the browser and go to this, you can say the admin panel, just refresh it. Okay, the server is reloading. Just open that, and yeah, now it has been just reload this page again. And at this point you can see this, you can say the sites, right? You have sites, we have the social accounts at this point, right? So just click on this sites first. Here you will find this example.com. Just click on this, change this to let's say that is localhost 8000, and this to, let's say, local host. Simply just save this method name, right? Okay, now after that you can find this this social application. Just click on this, add social application, right, and click on this provider, select this in Google, because we have only one provider, that is Google. Now you can just write any name you want. So for right now I'm just writing here, let's say Disney plus clone, right, and we need this client ID and this secret key right at this point. So from where we can get that? Okay, so for that you can say at this point just open a new tab and search for, there is developers.google.com and hit enter, right, and just go and sign in at this point, right, and after signing in just go below to the footer, and you are going to find this Google API console. Just open this, right, and now we don't need this all of, just close this right now, right, and we don't need this also, so just close that, right. Okay, now it is actually showing my dashboard because I have already used this. So what you can do is just click on this. Okay, now after that you can find this. Now at this point it is showing me my project, but in your case it will not show. So just click on this. I'm just clicking on this. You just create a, you can say, new project, and you're clicking on this new project, right, and let's say the project name will be let's say Disney, right, plus clone, and just naming it as, let's say, Disney plus clone. I'm just giving it a underscore, right, so at this point, because I have already used that name, right. Okay, now after that you can say just you just click on this create. Now at this point you can say the name has invalid characters. Okay, we cannot use this, so just give a dash at this point, right. Now after that click on this create. It has been created successfully, right. Now after that just click on that, we just open that project, right. We can set this point Disney plus dash clone, right. Now click on this, go to API overviews, right, click on this. Okay, finally it has been opened, right. Now just click on this credentials, right, at this point. Okay, and just click on this create credentials, click on this OAuth client ID. Okay, now it is just telling me to, you can say, configure the consent screen. Okay, now click on this configure consent screen, and just click on this external, click on this create. After that just give the name of your app. Let's say, for in my case it is Disney. Okay, it is Disney. Okay, just remove this N at this point. Okay, plus clone, right. Okay, clone. Okay, and now the email ID will be this one, right. Okay, now after that you have to just, if you want, you can just add this, right, but I'm just leaving this blank, right. And after this you can find this authorized domains. Okay, now click on this add domain. Okay, now at this point you have to just write, you can say, your domain name. Now as I am just hosting it on Heroku, so I'm just naming it as, let's say, Disney, right, plus clone, right, Disney plus clone, or let's say Disney plus clone, or right here Disney plus Hotstar dash clone, right, and right here dot Heroku app, right, .com, just like that. And now you can just save and continue. right? And after that you can find this, so you can just click on this save and continue again, click on the save and continue again, click on this again, you can say save, you can say back to dashboard, okay, or you can just click on this. Now click on this credentials. Now at this point click on this create credentials, click on this, you can say auth client ID, right? And at this point you can just click on this, select web applications, just name it as, let's say Disney plus dash, let's say clone, just like this, okay. And you can just click on this add URL, okay, right here http://127.0.0.1, right? And okay, and you can just add one more URI, that is https://disney plus hotstar, okay, hotstar dash clone, right, .com, just like this. And not .com, it is .heroku app.com, right? Now after doing this thing, click on this, you can see this redirect here, click on this add URI, okay, and just you can say at this point just paste this link. I will provide you this link from the description box, right? That is http://127.8,000 for that is, and /account/google/login/callback, right? And one thing I want to do is, at this point you can see we have to just specify the port also, right? Right here, caller 8000, right? And just you can say click on this, add one more, okay. And at this point you can say just right here, just paste that again, the same one, and just change this, you can say this one to this one, just copy this link, this much of thing, right? Paste that at this point, right, just like this, and just give a here S, right? Just add this, right? Now just click on this create, okay. Now it has been successfully created. Now you can say we got, you can say the client ID and client secret key. Just copy the ID, go to the, you can say the admin panel, right, at this point, and at this point just paste the ID, right? Now just click on this again. Now just copy, you can the secret key, go to the admin panel, just paste the secret key at this point, right? Now you can see we have this localhost, click on this, right, and just you can say click on this add, or not add, click on this one, right, this arrow button at this point, right, and just save this much of thing, okay. Now after doing this much of thing, just go to the, you can say our website, just refresh it. Now just click on this and just write here slash, let's say there is accounts/google/login, and hit enter, right? And you can see this, we got this form. Click on this, right, and let's see it is redirecting us to the home page or not. Okay, it is telling us that page is not home. Okay, just go back to the VS Code, go to the settings.py file, right, and you can say after, you can say the site ID, where is the site ID? After this, you can say after this we have to add one more thing, that is login, okay, underscore redirect underscore URL, right, okay, equals to, give the quotes, right here slash. Now save this much of thing. Now just go to the browser, refresh it, okay, just remove this thing again and just open the website again, and you can see just right at this point right here slash, there is accounts, okay, just make it in small, write in small letters, accounts, right, account/google/login/, hit enter at this point. And after that you can say we are just logged in, right? So how do I know that I'm just logged in, right? So you can see it is just redirected me to the actual page of my app, okay. So just go to this point, click on this users, right, click on just let's log in again, and click on this user, okay, and you can find this, you can see this Chinmay. So this Chinmay is No one. This is me. This is my account. This is Screen Technicals, right? Now we have to show, you can say, the name at this point and the logout option, right? So just go to the page.html file, right? And at the top of this, right, you can say at this, before the static file at this point, okay, we have to write here, just give the curly braces, right, give the percentage symbol, right, and at this point right here, that is load social accounts, right, social account, and after that give curly braces, give the percentage symbol again. At this point right here, providers underscore media underscore js, right? Now after that, just go below, you can say to the login part, right? You can say at this point I'm just going to write here an if statement. So click on, just change this HTML to Django HTML so that it will be easier for us to write. Okay, after you can see this, just write here if right here user dot is underscore authenticated, right, authenticated, right, and then okay, user dot is authenticated, just remove this and if, and paste that after, you can say this div, right, and just give a tab at this point, and right here if user is authenticated, and just replicating this one more time, right, and just changing this login to user dot name, right. Okay, it is user dot name. Okay, it is okay. One more thing we are forgetting is user dot get underscore name, right? Just we want to get the name. Okay, after adding this user dot get underscore name, right here, else, right? So I want to see if user is authenticated. I want to I want to just see the user name at this point, and right here give a comma, right here log out, right, and just change this div and this div to a paragraph tag, right, and I want to, at this point I want to write here slash log out slash, and just save this much of thing, right, and okay. So if I want that if user is authenticated, I want to share the user, I want to just show the username, and if user is not authenticated, that is in the else part, I want to see, you can see this login button. But at this point, to login we have to write here one more thing, right, that is just give the curly braces and write here percentile symbol, and at this point right here there is providers, right, providers not providers, provider underscore login underscore URL, right. So it is provider underscore login underscore URL, right. Okay, now after doing this, just give a space at this point, right, and just give the colon like this, not colon, just give the quotes, and inside this just write the name of the provider, that is in this case that is Google, right. Now after this much of thing, just save this, just go to the browser and just refresh it, and I'm not getting the name, so let's see what is wrong with that. Okay, actually that was so actually we have this user dot get underscore name. This is not get underscore name, this is actually get underscore username. Just sorry for that. It is okay, it is user dot get underscore user name. Now save this much of thing, just go to the browser and just refresh it again, and you can find this. For right now I'm just getting this admin. Now click on this logout. Now you can see it is just showing me this because we have not added, you can see the logout URL. So just go to the view.py, and at the end, at this point, I'm just writing here dev log out. Okay, it will accept a request. Okay, the column, and inside is right here auth dot log out, and right here request. I want to just log out the request, and then I want to just return redirect to the home page, right, and we have to import this auth. Okay, So just go to the top, right? So at this point hit enter right here from Django dot contriv dot auth, okay, dot models. Okay, I just want to import the auth, so right here import auth. Okay, import auth. Right, now save this much of thing. Okay, now just go to the browser, refresh it, just go back, click on this logout again. Okay, we have to just, okay, one more thing we have to add, that is go to the urls.py of the, you can say, of the home app, and we have to add the link at this point also. We're just following that, so just change this and this to log out, like this. Save this message, go to the browser, refresh it, and just reload it again, right? And you can see this thing, you can see this login button. Just click on this login. Okay, you can see I just logged in with, you can say this Chinmay, comma logout. Just give a space at that point, right? So where is that base.html, and just give a space after this, right, like this. Now save this message, go to the browser, refresh it again. Okay, I want also a space, you can say after this, where is it, after this logout also. Save this message, go to the browser, refresh that. I should get the space, yeah, I got the space, right? Now what I want is just right click at this point, click on this inspect, okay, and just click on this, and we have to make this also the same thing, right? So just go below, click on this mobile navigation bar, and at this point okay, we have to just copy the link. This is the slash logout one, just paste that at this point, right? Change this, you can say this login to log out, right? Okay, log out, and just you can say just copy this one, this user underscore get name, just copy this much of thing, paste that at this point, right? And one thing I want, that is I want just copy everything of this, right? Just copy this one also, paste that at this point. If user is authenticated, then I want to see this, else just copy this line, paste it after this anchor tag, then I just copy, you can just copy the anchor tag again, paste it at this point, okay, and change this, you can say, to this one. Just copy this, okay, paste that at this point, right, and just right here login, right, and just you can say copy this and if, paste it after this anchor tag. Now save this other thing, and just go to the browser, refresh it, click on this, and you can find this Chinmay, logout. When I click on this, it will just log out, right? When I click on this, you can say I can click on this login, right? Now it will redirect me to the, you can say, Google authentication form. Click on this, right? Okay, now we will get authenticated, and click on this. Now you can find this name at this point, okay, and everything is working fine. You can just search for at this point, okay. Now just to maximize this, okay. Now to deploy, I just go to the VS Code, just minimize all these things, okay, this also and this also. Just open the terminal, right, at this point, press Ctrl C, right, and we have to install GUICon. So right here, pip install GUICon, right, G-Unicon, that is, okay, it is pronounced as G-Unicon. Hit enter. Okay, finally it has been installed, right? Now one thing we have to do, that is right here, pip freeze, and just give this arrow button, okay, arrow, okay, this greater than symbol, right? And right here, requirements, right, dot txt, right? Hit enter. Okay, now at this point you can see this requirement dot txt, right, and he's showing me this error command freeze. Okay, okay, it is showing me the spelling mistakes. Just change this freeze, this e to at this point. Okay, now hit enter, Now okay, finally the requirement.txt has been created. Now click on this. Now here you are going to find all the, you can say, the installed apps, right? And let's see there is white noise installed or not. So you can see there is no white noise, so we have to install white noise. So just go to the browser and just search for white noise, okay, white noise Django. And before that we have to install one more thing, that is pip install right here with Django dash Heroku. Okay, now hit enter. Okay, now you can see this, it has been installed successfully. Now we have to do one thing, that is we have to just run this command pip phrase requirement.txt again. Okay, now just go to the, you can see the VS Code, and now you can see this white noise has been installed successfully, right? Now just go to the browser, and at this point you can see we have this white noise Django. We'll search for this. Now click on this link, right? And after that you can just find this. Okay, just copy this. You can see this much of thing. Now just go to the VS Code, go to the settings.py, go to the middleware at this point, and at the top just paste that at this point. Now save this much of thing, right? Now we need to create one more file, that is runtime.txt. Click on this new file right here, runtime.txt, right? Hit enter, and inside this just you can say write the version of Python that we are using. Click on this and just write here Python and hit enter. And at this point you can see this 3.9.1. so this is the version of Python that we are using, right? So just copy this much of thing, just go to this point, just paste that at this point, right? And after that you can say just make this ps small, right? And just save this much of thing, right? And just close this requirement.txt and this runtime.txt. Now after doing this much of thing, we are going to create, you can see, the proc file. Okay, not at this point, just click on this, click on this, click on this, okay, right here, proc file, right? And hit enter. And inside this right here, web, give the colon, give the space, right here, G unicorn, right? Okay, G unicorn, then give a space right here, Disney, then give and just right here plus clone, right? So this is Disney plus clone. So this should be same as this one, right? This is the name of your, you can say, the project name, right? So this is Disney plus clone, right? And then after that right here dot wsgi. Okay, now save this much of thing. Okay, now close this one, right? And after that go to the settings.py file, right? And at this point you can find this debug, make this as false, right? And inside this allowed hosts, just give, you can say, this code, right? And then at this point right here you can see the website, you can say the Disney, okay, plus Hotstar, okay, dash clone. This should be same as that we have written in the Google API, right? The API console, right? Now after doing this right here dot Heroku app.com, right? Now we just give a comma here and right here 127.0.0.1. Okay, now this much of thing, right? Now save this much of thing, right? And after this much of thing, I hope you will be knowing Git. So we will be using this in the, okay, in Git we will be using the Git. So I'm just, okay, press Ctrl Z, enter CLS, and right here git init, okay, then right here git add dash a, okay, dash a, hit enter, right? Okay, one more thing I'm just forgetting at this point. Okay, we have not added, you can see where is that, just go to the, at this point we have not added, you can say, the fav icon. So let's add the fav icon. So in the base.html file, after you can see this link tab, before the title tag, just pasting, you can see this link. So link will be, and inside the rel you have right here shortcut icon, then type will be image/png, and after this you have to just give this, you can say, just this link right inside the href. So you will find this link or everything from my source code. You can just copy this from my source code, right? save this much of thing. Now just open the terminal again. Now we have to write here git dash, okay, git add dash a again, hit enter. Right here git commit dash m, and right here initial, right, initial, okay, it is initial commit. Okay, now just hit enter, right, and just write here git status, hit enter. And once you find this, just go to the browser, right, and just open the GitHub, right. So I hope you have a GitHub account. Now just click on this new repository, right. Now at this point right here, let's say this will be Disney plus clone, right, and then okay, this is Disney plus clone, right, and then at this point it's okay, I'm getting here this is you can say, okay, this is we can say Disney, we can say Disney plus, okay, clone in Django, right. And after that just click on this private, right, and then just click on this, you can say create repository. Now after that you will find this, you can see this git remote at origin. Just copy this line, just open the terminal, paste that at this point, okay. Now just hit enter. After doing this much of thing, just write here git push, okay, and write here git push origin master, right, hit enter. Now it will push all the files, right, to the, you can say all the source code to the GitHub page, right. So now we have to keep in mind that I'm just okay uploading only this much of files, right, all these files, right, not, you can say not these files, right. Now just go to the browser and just open the terminal at this point, and you can see this, okay, finally it has been completed. Now just refresh the page and you can find all these things, Disney plus clone, home, everything, we have got that, right. Now at this point just open Heroku, right. So I'm just opening the, you can say the Heroku.com. Just go to the Heroku.com, create your account, and then just log in, right, and just open the terminal. At this point right here Heroku, then right here login, right, Heroku space login, right, and hit enter. Okay, you have to just create, you can say the account, and after creating the account you have to just log in, right. So I'm just clicking on this login, and once you just do this at this point, okay, it's taking some time, just give the time to this. Now it's asking me to press any key, so I'm just hitting enter, right, and after doing this, after hitting the enter, it will just open, you can say the Heroku login page, this one. Just click on this login again, right. Now you can just go and just, you can say, close this page, right. After at this point you can find this, these are two projects which I just created, right. So just click on this new, create a new app, right, and the app name will be Disney, right. It will be same app that of the, you can say the link which we have given in the Google API, or you can in the settings.py file, right. So it's a Disney plus Hotstar, okay, dash clone, simply this much of it, right, Disney plus Hotstar dash clone, right, and click on this create app, right. Now after this just click on this GitHub, right, and then just write here your repo name. So you have to just, you can say connect your, you can say GitHub link at this point, or GitHub account, and after that write here the repo name. So in this case it is, you can say Disney plus, you can say clone, right. Let me see the name, just formatting the name. It is Disney plus clone, right, Disney plus clone, simply, right. Now just click on the search, right, and you're going to find this Disney plus clone. Just click on this connect. I will just connect, you can say the, you can say the GitHub page and all the source code at this point. Now after that you can find this, right, click on this deploy branch, right, and so you say that there was an issue deploying your app, view the build log, build master. So what is the error we are getting? That is requested runtime is not available for this stack Heroku. Okay, one thing we have to do is just go to, you can say, this point, and where is that? You can say that is runtime.txt and it is Python 3.9. just let me check that out. Okay, one thing you have to do, that is you have to just give a dash at this point, right, like this. Okay, now save this much of thing, just open, you can say this. Now again you have to write here, that is get at dash a, hit enter, and right here get commit, and just the initial commit 2, hit enter. Then right here get push simply master, right, get push master, hit enter. And okay, now you can just go to the, you can say, browser, then just go to the, you can say, GitHub page, just refresh that. Now just check, you can see this runtime.txt, and there is no dash at this point, but just add that dash to this, right? So let's see, please make sure you have the correct SS rights. So okay, we have just something error. So right here git push, okay, just origin master, just okay, this git push origin master, hit enter. Okay, and after that it will just push, okay, that file, okay, that, okay. Now after that, just okay, just go back and just refresh it, and then you can find, just click on this, and you can find this dash at this point. Now just go to this Heroku app, right, just you can say click on this disconnect, right, and after that just find, you can just click it right here, Disney plus clone, click on the search. Okay, now you can just connect this again, right, and we have to deploy this now, right now. So right here deploy branch, right, and it will start deploying your, you can say, Hotstar clone, you can say, to the server of Heroku. So at this point you can find, you can say, the build logs at this point, right. Now finally it has been successfully launched. Now just go above and click on this open app, right, and let's see it is opening up not. And you can see this, we have successfully launched, you can say, our Hotstar clone to the server, right, and it is secured because it is in HTTPS, right. Now click on this, you will just refresh the page again, right, and everything is working. You can see these things, everything, right. Okay, now you can see this. Now you can just go and search for, let's say, Mulan, hit the search bar, and you can find this thing. Now when you click on this, it will just open okay, in another tab, right. Now this is really awesome, you can just go and log in, but to log in we have to do one more thing, right. So at this, you can see point, click on this, right, and just close everything from over there at this point, right. Just close this one, and don't close this, just click on this. Now click on this, okay, and now just click on this, and right here dash admin, right, and hit enter. And at this point right here admin, just writing the password, hit enter, right. And after that you can see, find this, you can social accounts, not social accounts, you click on this sites, right, and you can say, right, and just you can say add site, right, the domain name. So the domain name is actually this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just pasting, you can see, this link, right, paste it at this point, right, just like this. Now at this point just right here, let's say Heroku, and then just click on this save, right. After that just go to the social applications, click on this Disney plus clone, and after that just right here click on this arrow button. Now just save this much of thing, right, and now just remove this much of thing and just go to the website. Now just click on this, just refreshing the page, and now you can see I have successfully logged in. Now click on this logout. Okay, I have been logged out, and click on this login again, and you can see this, finally I have been logged in. So this is quite awesome. We have created, you can say, the Disney plus Hotstar clone. So this is going to be an amazing project, guys. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and comment me if you like this or not. So thanks for watching this video, guys, and I will see you next time.